You hear how loud all this is? How many people are here? Like, oh my god. Give me a sec. Let me just switch this for you. Look at this. I'm gonna stare in this mirror. Look at this. Like, my god. If we peek over the edge here. Help. I cannot take a camera out here without lagging. It's not happening. I mean, it doesn't help I've got a mirror on, but still. We're at like 20 frames, I think. Let me know how audio balance is anyway, just to quickly check over. Scary stuff. I also got to turn on my full body still.
You and Quackers both are just like me.
Let me do this first. Oh my, yeah, I know, there's so many here. What's the resolution like? Because I'm doing direct from VR right now in comparison to the usual. Because if I pull out a camera in here, you ready? Let's actually do it. Dip. It's not good, dip. Don't like it. 3080, please. When? 3090, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, frame struggles are going to be a common occurrence, I think. Anyway, right, back to the waiting screen for now. Black bar at the bottom. Oh, I see. I've got you. Thank you. There you go. Should be good now. Yeah? Yeah, it looks good on there for me. Oh, there's an angry squirrel coming towards me. Psst. Hi. How's it going? You doing okay?
Chill. My character. Yeah, my character's still being made as we speak.
Oh god, like last second.
Like, yes.
Oh boy, that's pushing it.
Pray.
For now, you're a squirrel though. You'll be okay. I'm sure you'll be fine.
I hope.
Right, I gotta go BRB for a sec. I'm doing some stream setup stuff, so I'll be a mo. Okay, one more, guys. Bit louder on my end. Okay. Okay, I've turned myself up here. How is this? And what I can do is turn everything else down just a little bit. I think it's actually looping my audio over here, so I'm just gonna adjust things as much as I can. Where are we? Do. Here we go. I'll turn VRChat down, and then you should be able to just turn stream up, yeah? And if I up the bass audio too, how's that? Just Glenn that said that. You could barely hear the squirrel? Oh, okay. Let me know how it is throughout then. I'll raise it to about 50, and I'll keep myself at 100, and hopefully that should be okay. Although I am hearing myself peak back a bit on voice meter, so I'm just gonna pull it down a little. Or maybe I'll just do it on my end like this. I should be just as loud for you guys right now, so that should be okay. Fingers crossed. Anyway. Squirrel! Yes! Okay, right. I'm going to throw you guys back to the starting soon screen for a mo. I'm just going to go grab myself a drink and get ready for stuff. And I guess this will all start soon. So, yeah, one mo. Alright guys, you got a special treat today. I know this rarely ever happens in VRC when you see me, so you get full body Tomo. Could you imagine that? Like, oh my god. I can sit on the ground and stuff. Isn't it amazing? Whoa! Who doesn't like watching, you know, roleplay streams where people just lie down and fall asleep all day? That's what I think I'll do. Hey. Right. Whoa. Final audio check stuff, just to make sure it's all good. Obviously, you're going to free frame... oh, I may have unmuted. I'm scuff as always. You're going to see frame dip happen, obviously. Especially while in here. Everyone said it clears up when everyone's over the map, so I'm going to fucking hold them to that, because I love 25 frames. But yeah, should be all good. Right, let's run down here. Look at all this fucking huge crowd of people. Jesus Christ. I think there's still more coming in too. That's the thing. I like how you get people looking at the wall because they're deliberately trying to keep their frames down as well. Good times. Maybe I should throw like chat onto my hand or something. Might be a good idea. Maxing stream, so I'm a little quiet. Alright. I mean, I can't do much else on it, Josh. I can turn it up like 0.7 dB and add a filter. Gain filter, and we'll up it by... what? 7.5? How's this? Probably really loud. Is that okay for you, Josh? Better? Okay, sweet, awesome. Oh, hi, Hardy. Hmm?
Are you here?
Hello.
You are still here.
I am here, yes. Oh god, hang on, turn this way. There we go. Look away from the crowd. Just stare towards the wall, kind of. Yeah.
I'm suffering. I hope it gets better in
Yeah, everyone was saying it should be better when people are actually in, so the frame should be a bit better. Yeah, well, hopefully anyway, otherwise I'm going to enjoy low frame rate. Should be okay, I'm sure.
To the point where like I'll turn my head and like it's just black at the very edges of like my frames. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah, my screen resolution's at 40 right now.
Oh god, yeah, maybe I'll turn mine down a bit, but I'm kind of like doing a POV stream and I don't want to make it look absolute trash. So I'm going to do what I can. Maybe we could try some camera stuff, actually. Give me a sec, guys. Let's fuck around a bit, shall we? We'll drop this to 70, and we'll bring this bad boy... Wrong bad boy. We'll bring this bad boy out. Yeah, no, we're at, like, 16 frames. This isn't happening. I'll turn this back up for us, then. We'll go to 1.0. Should be okay. Oh, doggo's shouting at me, okay. This boyo's face, it's my old face, you know. He's cool though. Alright, let's have a look at chat here, you know. Scuff chat. Pro streamer Tomo, oh my god. You can't hear them though? Okay. Sorry guys, one more. Let me see if I can fix this for you. Ah, I love setting stuff up last second. Wow. Amazing. Okay. Right, we're turning up VRC's volume. You hear people talking about fish?
Not be in the Discord because I'm dying.
Yes.
It's perfect. Okay. God, look at that frame. Oh, I love frame. Okay, I'm gonna stop complaining about frames now and get on with stuff. I think they're starting soonish, so I'm gonna stop reading chat in a mo. Unless they keep doing this for a while. Yo guys, we could just like go to our own little room. Just go in here, you know. A little black box. Wow. Not really helping. It's because there's more people still arriving. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm gonna turn up my VRChat priority, and hopefully it won't lag Streamlabs
I've
at
seen
all.
you this early in the morning.
I know, right? It's crazy. It'll never happen again.
VRChat and priority high. There we go.
What is upstairs? I went
What
to.
is this?
Wow, man, look at you.
There we go. Should be all good.
Maximum dong. Holy cow.
We good now, peeps?
I didn't know Tomo had a dong that big. Damn.
What are you doing? That's my little tail. That's not my dong. What was it coming through here? No, that's not okay. That's not okay. Thanks, Joe. Thanks. I'm fixing the audio, man. Let me know when it's fixed. I'm checking constantly. Just let me know. Yell at me.
I had like some kick attacks there for him, everything.
Like, if I run up to one person, like, let's just stand here and talk over.
Hello.
Hi. I may have come over here to check my audio stuff. Yeah, I'm really excited, actually. I'm hyped.
Nice.
Oh. Yo, how's it going, Zerkron?
I'm always
Fellow Dragon Boy?
It's going great. I tried out real-time lights. Still lags too much for me to really want to do a session, but it's awesome that it's a part-time thing.
Are they on by default, or are they an optional?
It's optional.
It's off by... Okay, is it off by default?
But I love your models so much.
Off by default.
Okay, all good. I'm already, like,
Yeah.
kind of dying, so...
Yeah. I don't know if a better graphics card would change anything anyway,
VRChat is just fucking.
one can hope.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'm not.
I mean, that's true. That true. Yeah.
Like, if
my
VRChat
graphics
was
card's
actually
not
like
really
a
good,
good
so I had to
game,
turn the
like
resolution
you'd be
down, so it's like I
Gucci,
kinda
but
like,
like
what?
it's a bad game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry, we're in the same.
Those
It's a bad
frames,
game with
yeah.
good people on it.
I mean, to be fair, it's impressive you can get, like,
It
45 in
doesn't
at
matter
once.
how optimized the world
There's a
all your
paid
avatars
service
are.
for
You have
like a
too many
game
weird
that
things
the
again.
developers don't care about, and they keep fucking everything up, and people are paying for it now.
Hot opinions right there.
I heard that graphics card.
No, lizard facts. Lizard facts.
Lizard facts.
Well, when I was doing research on index,
Can we
it
listen?
said,
The lizard gang.
Controversial lizard, I see, I
I
see.
got a 1060. I was like,
I'm gonna
I'm
make
gonna
a new student. It's gonna be this. I'm gonna be like Cobalt, like a Cobalt, Dragonkin. and
Yo,
like
Chris,
actual Dragonkin
Zerkron
and
streams
just
too if you're interested in his point of view for stuff. He plays like the most nervous dragon boyo I've seen, I think, ever.
Dragonkin.
But yeah,
You're just a small little gecko that won't amount to anything.
hang on, let me go mirror stare at myself for a second. It's the only way I can think to preserve frames without a camera. This is Zuko here. Yo, how's it going, man? You sewing out your full body?
Yes. I put it to charge again because I go in VRChat and my body is big. I'm just here like.
Oh no. last second panic, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I fixed it, so it's fine. Just to the full body shit.
What is she sitting on, brother?
I also need to turn off Unity because Unity.
You got Unity running? How are your frames right now? My god.
Box challenge?
Yeah.
I got a pretty good PC. Let's say.
Yeah, I'm definitely dying here right now. I've been wanting to upgrade my graphics card for ages though. But you know how it is right now with graphics cards, man.
Pain.
Yeah, true pain. I'm gonna recalibrate actually, I'm a bit off.
It's the first one then.
Quite the posture.
Nope.
Your boss kill me multiple times, so.
That's
You know,
fine.
it's not really a good idea for me to be doing this in front of mirror, to be honest.
Yeah, considering everyone, yeah. I need like private rooms for full body calibration, honestly.
I am suffering.
I'm gonna turn this off. There we go. Yeah, let's turn some name tags on for now. Whoosh. My god, too many people.
Hang on. I'm gonna go like in a corner. I'm gonna turn on avatars.
Let's go talk to Louis. Louis is cool.
Don't come back, I die.
Yo, how's it going, Louis?
I had to fix my stream
Oh.
a little bit because too many things are open on my stream and it's crashing.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm trying to balance out my stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully, once we get into the world, everyone's spread out, it will be less.
It should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know they've got like rendering stuff as well that should like load people in and out depending on the area they're in. So it should be all good. Although I think it's like a prolonged starting lobby today by the looks of things with the timing.
Yeah, looks like it.
Mhm.
I think I should look somewhere here.
Look, yeah, just over there is a good idea. Yeah,
There we go.
you can just stare at some doors. You know, it's a good sign.
Yes, the lovely door.
The lovely doors.
I'm kind of nervous because like I was talking to the other professors and they're like, finally the potions teachers here, they can finally stop asking me about potions, and I'm like, how important is my role here?
Little known potion teacher. It's good.
And apparently, like so many people ask about potions, and I'm like, I'm fucked.
It's okay, just wing it. You'll be fine.
We'll see. We'll see how
I dare you.
everything goes out.
Oh.
That's not how you treat the new students, you cock. Stop it.
Don't treat the
What
new
do you mean?
students like
This is the new listen. The way you greet them, the
Mhm,
best way to,
mhm.
especially a Dragonkin, it's just.
I see. I fucking see how it is. All right. You're fucking going down, man.
Hey.
You fucking wait.
Oh, you wanna go? Oh, you wanna fucking.
Already
Oh,
fighting.
wait, you wanna fucking go? You wanna fucking. Where is it?
You're pulling out your weapon.
You wanna
I
fucking
see.
go?
All right, anime battle. Let's do it. Let's go. I switched to the wrong menu. You know how it is. All right.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, so
You're gonna one up it. You're gonna one up it. All right, man. Come on. I dare you. Free hit. It was a lie all along.
is that? Oh my.
Teleports behind you. Edgy kill.
I knew that was gonna happen. Teleports behind you.
Oh dear.
Personnel, kid.
No, I'm never doing that.
By the way, Tomo.
Mhm.
You see, I like to use my katana.
Your katana.
However,
Yeah.
in Kerch, like the katana style,
Mhm.
problem is, with the, like, it's kind of like I hold it like this, but like it's a big sword, right? So how can I hold it like this? Which is why I love to have this spell.
Whoosh. That's cool. Very Virgil. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's because it's not a particle. I didn't want to add particles.
It's just material, right? It's what is it? UV scrolling?
Yeah, it's it's a Xenoblade shader.
Mhm. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Also, I have glasses.
You have glasses now? I think I might have saw them when I was NPCing last one. Oh. You have aviators. Frameless aviators as well, so you know you're just showing off with them. I see.
Listen, actually, I don't even know what happened because in Unity it's fine.
Hmm. Wait, you have material on like the front of them in Unity?
Yeah, like in Unity it looks normal.
How's your culling on it and so on? Or is it on transparent right now? Because that may also be causing the issue.
What I'm thinking is causing it. Okay, we need to go, but like what I think it's causing it is probably because I have animation for the out of character thing, and I think that's what's causing it.
Mhm,
That's the call to be like, hey, everyone, come here.
I didn't hear that, you know, because I got wall sounds off. One sec. Ah, yes. Wonderful.
I just do some pose like
Also, I do have background music on. I made a little playlist. I don't know if it's loud enough right now. Mocking you with VR. Oh yeah. One sec. Let me turn up my own playlist slightly. There we go.
Teacher gang.
if you're a new professor, you can choose whatever
We're just gonna sit down here.
Should the athleticism levels still not be working for desktop users, or is that a me thing?
I don't think.
What?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hit the level.
Oh.
See, we'll see.
Oh, well.
Inch this. I did, and it didn't work.
Oh.
I still got mad hops.
Yeah.
You are okay.
Don't change avatars in the instance, not even after RP. And I believe Fortune and I are your DMs today. I think Hazel might be doing some NPC stuff. NPC stuff if he has to, but for the most part, it should just be Fortune and I. Raystar, you're fully recovered.
Yes!
That was a celebration. Holy shit.
Okay.
Love the enthusiasm.
All the lag that we have right now, I don't suggest turning it on. It'll probably kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And just some general housekeeping rules. The list is a little long, so bear with me. Combat and sparring, just slow down so that, you know, your partner can read your movements and everything isn't just jousting and cohesive and stuff like that. Heavy things are heavy. So, you know, big swords should be held with 2 hands, all that good stuff. Let's see.
Don't we tennis it.
Yeah.
I love Wii tennis, so like, come on.
Let the DMs know when you're entering any place with a lock or a ward. The gate, the westward gate, is locked to people except for staff. So if you're trying to get out of it, you need to.
That's not good.
You need to come to us and let us know so we
Yeah,
can.
they have like separate channels in a Discord you join in with
Just a general
DM stuff.
reminder that you can't hear through rolls, and doing so will be marked as cheating. And we would also like to meta content such as making direct decisions about VRChat being scuffed. The media such as movies or comics that are not reported in a way that makes sense, such as The Grinch, manga, Fate, Stay Night, anime, etc. If you want to introduce stuff like that, write a little bit of lore about it first and then hand it off to us so that we can put it in the World Anvil officially instead of making stuff like that up on the spot, just so we can make sure everything fits in with what we're trying to go for here.
Ah yes, I'm playing Pokemon in my fantasy setting.
I think that's it. New professors and new students, please stay here after we send everyone down. And I think other than that, we're good to go unless people have any questions.
So about like not hearing through walls, does that count the same with like doors and stuff, like wooden doors?
If you're up against a door, you can hear through it. There should be no problem.
What if someone's like shouting as well?
Yeah.
So if they're shouting out your name and you're behind a wall, I guess that's all good. Yeah.
A window is not a window is
Mhm.
not a wall.
But I love that that has to be
walls we
said.
have in the academy
Yeah.
are thick stone.
Windows
the most
aren't
you're going to be able
walls.
to hear is maybe some muffled
I gotta
talking,
take
even
notes.
at the highest of volume. So, like, if you're listening through a wall, you're not going to hear anything. Listening through floors, same thing.
All right. Any further questions?
Where? Do I sound like I have a mask on my face?
Okay, if nobody has any questions, go to where you are waking up.
Yep.
Except for new students and staff.
Yeah.
All right, good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Do a thing. I'll be back, and I'll go out there.
Nice, Sophie. Orange Justice. I see.
Down there isn't as bad as up here.
I love how Flame Cat is still just a tail out of character.
I know.
I saw that Orange Justice.
And all it needed was
so
not
good.
over a shit ton of people.
Sorry, what just happened?
All right.
Oh no, you're right. I do feel that already.
be a shit ton of people.
Wonderful.
Oh no.
Ran away, but it
I solved the problem.
There we go.
30 frames, let's go.
Still
Are
announcements
you
or
guys
no?
highlighting? What are you doing?
No,
Go ahead and head in.
For God's sake.
Got luck,
Okay,
Tomo.
I found the
Oh,
problem.
you're here.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's bad.
Oh.
Off the tail.
So I blocked Kaz.
Lovely wings.
Oh.
Because as soon as I showed his
Lovely,
avatar,
lovely fin.
I crashed.
What's up?
Oh.
Thank you. All right.
Well, oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
What's going
think
on?
that's. Are you sure he's the problem?
It's the wonky
I
arm.
need to take care
Soon-
of the roosters and
Yeah, no,
you
take
guys can
care of
talk about
it.
this.
I was showing each avatar one at a time. Like I'm still doing it.
Like this.
CQ's basically
When he
crashing.
showed
things.
your avatar, he
As soon as
crashed.
it was Caslin. It was as soon as I showed Caslin's avatar.
Who did?
And I don't know why.
Him.
CQ.
Me.
Do you see
I
CQ?
have him blocked, so I can't see him.
Why didn't you just hide his avatar? Oh, is it even if you don't?
Just hide his avatar.
Because I crashed, and you can't do that.
Oh, damn.
It's fine for me.
Yeah,
That's
it's fun
weird.
for me.
I just
Apparently
hid
I
and
have-
showed.
I'm-
It's
I
fine.
don't know why it's
I'm
me.
not even seeing CQ.
He blocked
Not
you
in the lobby.
so that he could actually join the instant
Ow.
happening, I guess.
Ow, 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 I'm turning that down. There we go.
I think it might be the bounding box because the bounding box is pretty big.
Loud duck.
That was a cockerel.
Ginormously big.
A cockerel?
Yeah, mine
It's a
is too.
cockerel.
So if
It's
it's
a
the same,
cockerel.
if
Yeah.
you try doing
It's a
the
cockerel. It's a
same issue happens.
Hi. It's a cockerel. It's like a chicken.
You mean a rooster?
Oh, nice umbrella.
Oh shit.
Same thing.
Is it a rooster?
It's like a rooster.
Oh,
Yeah, I like your.
I don't know what. I never called it cockerel.
Weird.
I love your visemes for the mascots moving by the way in time. That's
Explanation
cool.
for this.
Very cool.
I
Yeah.
don't have an explanation to think about this.
Thank you.
It's weird.
I'm excited.
He has a. I haven't been able to put in, but he has a shield that's like this thick because it unfolds into a tower shield like from here to here.
Oh God. That sounds cool.
This is a quest.
Yeah, it can serve as a picnic table.
I think we're gonna become the best of friends.
We're missing your
missing
Delta,
Siva
'cause
and
The
Delta.
avatar, and then Siva and Selva.
Yes.
I think because you just said new staff and students instead of just staff.
Yeah.
New student.
Yeah, no, I only want.
Sophie's
new
trying to
staff, I
photo.
just don't know where the other new staff.
Yeah.
Bomb.
Trying to photo.
Siva said she's gonna be late. And she's gonna be bringing Deltas.
No, I'm trying to use my face tracker right now. It's not going to work in VRC.
That reminds me, I gotta, because I don't really know my
Yeah, what's up?
expressions yet.
Pretend you don't see this,
Put a
guys.
camera
When
that
do we
way.
go in?
Alright,
Wait,
so.
no,
Yeah, I messed up my
Yeah, we were gonna have you go in with the new
What's
staff.
this shit?
Is it fine on the other hand?
I
It is.
can go ahead and
Alright.
give you the lowdown though. You guys are arriving after weeks of travel to get here.
Mhm.
You're all arriving on the same ship because Rosewood is, they don't have a lot. And
Yeah,
it's
they have
probably
one
the same,
ship,
the
that's
same
it.
crew picking you all up, so it took a while. And we'll be sending you to the ship where I'll give you a second to get there and settle, figure out where you want to be on that boat. And you can hop in character once you get down there. I will be ringing a ship bell, but that'll be fun. That's not for you to get in character. By the time that rings, you should probably already be in character, so don't be alarmed when you hear it. Just as some refresher for anyone who hasn't had a chance to read the board yet, the roosters mean RP start. Today that doesn't apply to you because you're up here. But going forward, when you hear it, that is the official. You are in character now. And then at night, you will hear an owl hooting or a cricket. And that just means that DMs are not active anymore. We're still around if you absolutely need us, but that is soft stop. You can leave anytime after that. You can stay in RP. That's completely up to you. And just don't do anything crazy beyond soft stop, or hard stop, soft stop. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know. Just have fun with it. And I hope you guys have a good time.
This avatar has the
We're
same
excited
issue
to have
as
you.
the same like.
Think I missed anything?
That's the only thing I can think of.
Epic.
I'm gonna
No,
go
you
into
get a
it
drink
by
of water
the
before I
overlay
start
Epic
using this voice.
gaming.
Epic gaming.
Alright. I crashed.
Start moving your arms so I can see.
Here's some Dunky Donuts, cause
Epic gaming.
Thank you.
Oh no.
anytime. Your wing. What is your wing?
I haven't done this voice in a while, so it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a big problem.
Hey, I can see your wings. I couldn't see them before.
Oh,
There was just,
I might need
there's
to
no-
I don't want to hit.
have a mess with it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
forgot
think everyone
it.
needs to show me. Oh boy.
And then after doing this voice, I have to go straight to a female voice for fracture.
Alright, I'm good.
Let's
now.
go.
Oh, geez, good luck with that. I was having.
So I'm going from this.
I just took my legs off. They were being too bad.
Oh man.
That's impressive.
That is drastic.
I feel so.
I hear trapping. I'm scared.
You want to see a more drastic turn?
I showed your avatar.
Well, going
Oh, no,
like
I can't dance anymore. That's like
this kind of voice.
my thing.
You are
You're
across
using the wrong
room.
mic.
You're using the wrong mic.
Cool.
You sound like you're miles away.
I'm not even doing this for. I don't. What's wrong?
You fucking flossing?
Alright, time to open up my recording equipment.
You're also
they're not
no,
gonna
no,
be
Harrison,
excited,
stop,
start them.
cease.
But not for.
I don't want to make them wait. I'm Chancellor. I can do what I want.
How do you have your
That's
kids
my
that they're like causing you to?
Just gonna lower my own volume a little bit
Originally,
here.
I had one
There
in
we
one
go.
corner, one in the other corner. And I
That
just
should be
moved
good.
them to like where they're both looking at me now. I need to get a third one.
The lag is
I don't have a tail, do I?
Yeah, I have mine in opposite corners, and I get pretty good tracking with that.
Toma, do I have a tail?
No, no, you don't. No, no tail, no tail.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That is only to be seen by close friends.
I see, it's a hidden tail. It only comes out when you want it
You know
to.
what? That might actually be it. You know what? I'll figure it out.
No, it's there, it's there, it's always there. It just tucks it around his like waist and covers it with his
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. It's in
He
hiding.
doesn't. He's like ashamed of being his VRChat.
Mhm.
That's how you pronounce it. Right? I always
Yeah.
fuck it up. So he's gonna stay like this constantly until you get to know him enough so he trusts you and he shows you that he's wait, let me see. He shows you that he is. It's a little
cat
tiger.
boy after. Oh my god. He's not a cat boy, he's like a bear.
Little tiger man.
Tiger? Okay.
No, it's a tiger. Look, see?
Oh, okay. Yeah, the tail kind of gives that away.
We didn't realize it was this.
That's cool though.
Yeah. I'm glad Blade and Soul had these assets. I'm very glad.
Yes.
I must go.
No, Blade and Soul has some really nice models actually.
I must it off.
Indeed, they do.
Mm.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ, that man could jump.
He just jumps.
When you're that much of an absolute
I
unit.
know, I
you
know,
jump
I
like that.
know. It's there we go. Are
I'm
you
still gonna be
happy
lagging
now?
up here because everyone's below here. Right. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna say hi one last time.
To be one day.
Yo, how's it going? I hope you're all good. I hope you're ready for World's Worst Stream 24/7. Bad quality stream from me,
I just
of
wasted
course.
my mind.
And
my
I'll catch you
overly
guys in a bit.
detailed hands.
See, what you need is some gloves.
I tried my most.
Yeah.
It's like, time to take the gloves off. Oh, he's getting serious. No.
Yeah, well, we'll try it.
See, what I do.
You like VRChat running, by the way? You love how like your body just bends forward like your Naruto running everywhere? Okay, that's the opposite of Naruto running. Amazing.
In times of doubt, do it again.
This so that it can have a drop toggle, right? Yeah.
Just do it again.
Just do it again.
So I need to get
Actually, I
even,
did
more,
that suck, you think?
more disgusting hands and put on top of these.
Go even further beyond.
Hey Tomo, can I borrow you real quick? Come in next
Yeah,
session
sure,
with
sure.
blue Hulk hands. I'm gonna say they.
What do you
told
mean? Just through here?
Alright.
Over somewhere?
I just need you to tell me if this is too loud. I'm using a voice mod.
Hello.
Yeah, you're fine. You sound okay. Yeah, all good.
Alright.
It's not too loud or anything.
Good.
It's a little more quieter, but I think it's fine volume-wise. I think it's actually better anyway, so yeah, you're all good. Okay, sweet.
Alright. My name's Mordred. Thank you.
No problem.
I don't know if you need it because we're gonna have you go straight to the boat, so there's not gonna be any running. Yeah.
Okay, there's normal.
We're just gonna
Alright
have
then.
you all click ship when it's time, and you'll spawn like immediately on the boat, so you don't need to hide or anything.
Right, so my character voice is something really posh and over the fucking top, so I hope you're used to me talking like this for a while. I'll do some weird monologue-y stuff while I'm muted, I guess, you know?
I trust
And
you.
also character commentary, so,
like avatars that try
all
to
good.
crash me. It's like fucking.
Well, I hope.
Party. I have no reason not to. I trust you. It is 7 o'clock
How many
though. I'm
students I
not
have to discipline today?
going to wait for Siva and Bowie anymore. If they join, I'll have them just show up and we'll take care of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of lates.
They'll just be sleeping on the boat.
No.
Yeah, they could have overslept on the ship.
they hit their
For
head.
now, if you guys would like to go ahead
Mhm.
and head to the ship, you can click the ship button, give yourselves a moment, and
Okay, I gotta go onto this ship. Man, this place looks worse without any dynamic lighting on. I miss the lighting. How are my frames here? Not amazing. Maybe we'll turn the camera off. Yeah, we'll do that. That's better. Wow, look at that. Where would I go? I'm meant to be slightly antisocial. Or at least suspicious of people. Probably sit on a step or something. Yeah, that seems appropriate. Low poly ship. Yay. Actually, I've got a better idea. Do. If we lean back a mo, there we go, all sorted. Let's get that camera view in. Yeah, boy. What I'll probably do, if for some reason you're interested in reading the massive backstory I wrote, I'll leave a like cut down version of the Google Doc without any character secrets on, and post it somewhere in the future, or just drop it in below the stream itself. But for now, we'll wait, and we'll get in character.
Students to the front. Come on.
Oh, finally.
Let's get to the front. Come on.
Never seen those kind of trees before.
Yes, well, they're certainly something, aren't they?
Sorry, it took me a moment. Come, let's get you all onto some dry land.
Dry land. Finally, you know, I thought I'd have been fed up with the desert, but quite frankly, I miss some kind of land other than wood. It's took long enough.
Fair enough, fair enough. Take your time. I hope you haven't gotten too seasick, because we're actually.
It was a
about
couple
to
of
pull
days
up.
after all.
It was. I hope it
Looks like we've got two marine dwellers here. I doubt they'll ever get seasick.
Is this a supply ship? Is this a supply ship? Is this a supply ship? Is there coffee? Is there coffee?
Who is-
Sorry, Tel'Kahras, there's no coffee on the ship.
That is one very excited dragon.
Not many storms.
Remember, you guys should not be here without supervision. I do not count. You should not have come here.
Oh.
Go to the
sorry.
National Hall. We'll meet you there.
It's a rather large sail for the ship, you know. I thought it would just tip over or something. And again, I don't know how these things work.
Teachers may already know me, or the students, however. My name is Abraham. I'm the Chancellor here. So if you have any concerns or anything, please don't hesitate to talk to me. But we should be off. Follow me.
Very well.
Appreciate it.
And, of course, watch your step, however. Some of the boards are, a little too far spaced.
Definitely a good way to get rid of evidence, is it not?
Ah, well.
Just walk to this side. Good to hear. I would be very upset if, we're spoiled by a few slangs.
Let's just tap people up a little bit.
Alright, so, typically I'd take you all on a tour, but we're a little short on time, so we're taking the teleporter. If you would be so kind as to follow me, that way, for the record, is just where the dorms go, or you can follow that way to the door. Good morning. Remember, you shouldn't be here without supervision. I know you're excited to see the new students, but you'll get to see them in the main hall, alright? We're gonna be teleporting that way.
Excellent.
I don't want to see us.
To those group as well.
He seems lovely, very entertaining.
There's some over there.
Don't think there's anything
No, to those
overly
students as well.
strange about this.
You look rather nervous. Maybe a good start. You're looking a little nervous, hands on your chest and all, very easy to see. Just lower them down, you know?
Now we should get you all to the main hall.
Yeah, but
Anyways, come, let's follow.
so new. I haven't really been outside much, so
I see. Well, one thing I will say, when dealing with new people, just keep an eye on what you're doing yourself.
Hello.
People respect you if you show yourself correctly to them. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Of course.
Don't be nervous. You'll have a good time.
Thank you. All right, so it's just around the corner here. However, have any of you teleported before?
Can't say I have.
I have a couple of times.
Ah, very good.
Yes.
For the rest of you,
Teleportation? That's
may
a
feel
new
bit
one.
dizzy,
Might
sick. It's what
Oh,
we
not
call
again. Lost somewhere.
teleportation sickness.
Oh dear.
Yeah. You'll get used to it over time. I recommend for now just teleporting once a day, and this will be your once for today. All right? So, I know you just got off the boat, but try to keep your lunch in. All right. Now, come with me.
These are some interesting trees, aren't they?
Very big.
Indeed.
What growth?
Which I believe is this one. So, you can use these teleporters to get around campus. For now, we'll be touching the blue one for the main building. I wish you luck. If, who wants to be the first one to go?
You wish us luck?
Are we going to be disemboweled upon touching it or something? Is that a chance? Does that happen?
Come on, who's the first volunteer?
I'm ticklish. Is that going to be a problem?
Look, you remember what I said about just showing confidence? Now would be a really good time.
I will go first.
Perfect. Now he'll be the first one to die if anything goes horribly wrong.
And then stay there when you get there.
Well, I don't see any blood.
That looked fun.
Oh.
What do? I just touch it?
Yes, of course, just touch it.
Now next. Like waiting.
Well,
all right, come on.
I guess I'll go after. You get the honors of being last.
Please.
Don't worry, you know, I'm sure they're fine, absolutely. I really do hope so,
I used
actually.
to get here. I assure you it's safe.
Okay, alright. Well, here goes nothing. Oh.
Eggs.
That was surprisingly quick, painless, and fast.
Not really. So.
Oh, wait. Never mind. One moment. Oh dear, not a good show, not a good show.
Oh, I don't like how that feels. Oh, God.
Alright, just hold it in, just hold it in. Cool, calm, and steady. There we go. Oh god, the frame's there. Turn around this way.
Feels like your insides are being twisted up. Oh, gosh.
This just hurts now.
Yeah, I get that too. Oh, okay.
Oh, you
And
tripped
we've
too?
got some serious lag. Oh boy.
Oh, now it's
Is my
Let's go.
my stomach.
oh. Is my feet there? Is
Come on, let's go.
I'm not surprised.
Come on.
okay? Oh, thank God.
Let's go.
A bunch of them did try to do this.
Well, you heard her.
Fast enough now, come on.
3, 4, 5. Students.
Oh, this actually looks quite comfy.
Come.
Good place to sleep,
Yes,
no doubt. You know, did they ever introduce their names? Because I already have forgotten if they did. Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Hello?
Hello.
Hey there.
Hello.
Good morning.
What was that?
You will stay here until
Big
morning
dragon.
announcements. You will be given
Yeah.
no-
Yeah.
Well, you will be informed what we are going to be doing.
Don't worry,
for the
I'm sure he
day
won't beat you.
after Announcements. Feel free to get
Not
food.
until night, anyways.
I know you just had a long journey.
Feel free to talk to who's in here.
Food.
Ah,
These are going to be enough.
it seems we have a group here. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Greetings.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are we all?
Absolutely fine. Little seasick, teleportation sick. I'm not sure what to call it, but well, absolutely fine. Yes. No,
I understand. You'll get used to that.
Oh, she read through that one.
I hope so.
What is seasick?
Seasick. Honestly, I don't think I'll ever need to explain to you. Just a guess. But seasick is when you're on a ship and the tide of the waves kind of gets to you, and you just feel like throwing up all overboard. Bit dizzy, wobbly.
Ah, so kind of like the teleporter.
Yes, exactly the same thing,
I
actually.
don't think I'm going to.
But people can't accidentally push you off teleporters, I don't think. Maybe they can.
I'm just gonna go sit down. I don't feel too well.
We just end up at a different place.
I believe. I suppose you. Yes. Hello there.
Hello.
First of all, welcome to the school, and second of all, are any of you supports by any chance?
Ooh, I believe I am.
Support. That was what we wrote on the letter for application, was it? Suppose I could do anything, really.
Well, either you are or you're not.
Oh, well, in that case, I think I wrote defense. Although I'm sure.
I think
it's
I wrote
probably
defense
something.
too.
Lovely. We're defenses then. That's great, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
I don't think I do too great out in the front. So.
As a, you said you were a
Might as
defense.
well help everybody else. Yeah.
Out on the front. Isn't the entire point of a defense you're out on the front sometimes taking the hits there?
Taking the hits for other people at least.
It gives you a reason. I see. Perfect. Lovely.
I don't think so.
I think that you better.
If I just go into multiple ways. Either you do tank defense in the front with shields, or you try to do defense with long range attacks.
I don't think so.
I tend to use a spear. I try to keep whatever I'm hunting at a distance.
In the meantime, let's go meet some other
Do you use a spear too?
Yes.
Sorry, sir.
Are you a spear, brother?
Oh, they've hit it off, haven't they?
We have so
Guess
much
I'll go
in
stare at
common.
the food.
I'm sure about what happened. It sounded like this night.
Buddy, you're right down there.
This looks like it could definitely be poison. Oh, hello. Do you speak? I'm afraid, or you mute by choice.
My name's Jack.
Oh, Jack. Should I shake his hand? Yes. Tel'Kahras. A pleasure, I'm sure.
What do you mean?
Is there a shorter version of that?
Of course, if you really want to. I believe out in Droza, in the markets, of course, they refer to me as Tel.
She's really nice.
Tel.
Yes.
Hello, Tel.
Greetings. Well, hello there, Jack. You know, I do have a question. You look like you know your way around with that fancy footwork you're doing. This delicacy here.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No worries.
I only wish to say hello.
Greetings. It is nice to meet you.
You as well. I'm Lefranc.
Lefranc. I am Tel'Kahras, or as I just explained to Jack here, Tel. If you would mind, you can of course call me that.
All right. Are you a Dragonkin?
Yes, I am. You see the horns, the tail, of course, as well the wings. It's clear, absolutely. Yes.
I was just curious.
have a lot of variations.
Oh, your type at least.
Yes, it's a rare subspecies, as you would. But rest be assured, we are around, of course. Nothing to worry about there.
I feel like they need water.
They're already
I
on to me.
understand completely.
Yes,
Probably
you're
guess.
quite a mighty build there, indeed.
Thank you.
I must say, one of the newcomers actually, they looked to the left and were just a little bit scared of you. That's you must have quite the presence.
Don't cry. No need
Oh, were they?
Yes,
I started learning one.
Yes, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Probably just beginner's nose.
I suppose. Hopefully things relax as time goes on. I hope you do find it comforting here with your stuff.
Yes, well, it's damn sight near more comfortable than what I was used to beforehand, I'll say that. One thing though, I do wonder...
Where are you from?
Droza, actually. Solaris, the market district.
Truly, I am from southern Joseph.
Oh, well, interesting. Seems we have a kindred spirit, perhaps. Would you happen to know what this is?
That... And it's taken me some time here to understand, but that is macaroni and cheese, from what I understand.
Macaroni and cheese. It kind of looks like bile,
quite
doesn't
enjoyable.
it? Oh, enjoyable. Okay, I take back any foul comments I said about it.
Oh, no, it's quite alright. I felt the same. You're totally fine.
I see, I see. Well, in that case, perhaps I will help myself to a small serving of this macaroni and cheese.
Of course. I won't keep you to let you
Yes,
enjoy your
of
food.
course. It was a pleasure to meet you, Lefron.
As well,
Of
you as
course.
well.
I hope to see you around. May I pass across again? Oh,
My name's Gilligan. Call me Gil.
this.
Gilligan.
I suppose I could eat it. I think I'll sit alone for this one. Actually, there's another new one there, isn't there? Oh, greetings,
That
Jack.
in that bowl is
Yes.
called cheese.
Cheese?
They put it on food sometimes.
Yes, I heard from Lefron it's macaroni and cheese. What's the
Yes, there are
macaroni
noodles
part?
in
Is
the
it some
cheese.
kind of creature?
I don't know.
Oh.
I do know there's cheese on it.
A pasta.
Yes.
That is pasta.
Yes, that is also pasta, just a different shape.
I see. Well, I hope you don't mind if I just take a seat here and perhaps enjoy this new delicacy.
Of course.
Yes. I actually need to check where I'm sitting down. There we go. Perfect. The effort of VR.
Are they both fishies?
Hmm.
That's so cool.
You really like the fish people, don't you?
My name's Lyra. It's nice to meet you.
I'm just going to stare at this, I think.
Underwater. That looks like.
That is an interesting thing. Oh, there's on top fruit. Oh, he's eating it. Can't be poisonous. Maybe I should just grab what he's got.
I'm the Dragonkin.
Oh dear.
I cannot breathe underwater, unfortunately.
Why am I
Well-
so
Some of my cannons have the ability to do so.
Oh,
Still though, you're a dragon? That's so
there
cool.
goes. How's what? Sorry.
Yes.
How is it?
I haven't actually tried it yet. I just wanted to make sure there's nothing about this that would perhaps be toxic or harmful to one of Dragonkin in nature, of course. Perhaps just making sure there's no allergies.
No, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay, the Lefron was it seemed okay with it. Well, I guess I'll just shove my face in. Ah yes, guys, I hope you enjoy this mac and cheese delivered straight to your visuals. Ooh boy. Surprisingly good. Oh. Might need to vomit it out later. Oh dear. And sorry, I never did ask your name. Thank you for your advice with this.
Yes. I'm Baron Isaac Deshane. Manifesting
Baron.
Bay in A6.
Ah, I see a baron. Indeed, you must be quite the peculiar fellow with a noble rank. Isaac Deshane.
Yes, I attained my rank fairly young.
I see, I see. Was it something you earned with your age?
No.
Why are you doing it? Stop.
Just
Ranks aren't really handed down by merit.
I see.
It's usually when the old owner dies.
Ah, I understand. Well, My apologies for my misinformed mind there. Unfortunately, I am from Droza. Not quite the barony around there, is it?
No, it's understandable.
Indeed. Oh, and of course, my name is Tel'Kahras Faermorn, or you can just refer to me as Tel if you prefer.
No, I got it. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Faermorn.
Indeed, you too, Mr. Desine. Or should I say Baron Deschain? Is that the appropriate way?
Mr. is fine. My title doesn't mean much.
No, I have. I've had a cookie.
Why is it slander?
Shaking me away.
Why is it slander?
Wait, okay, I haven't had a cookie, okay? But you were talking about them, so I don't even need to have one.
But you should try one. If anything, that means we should try one together.
If you'll excuse me, just a
You
moment.
still haven't had a cookie?
Ooh.
Of course.
Yes,
I mean, I
yes,
technically
yes.
had one, but do you know that there's different types of cookies?
Wait, have you like had a
That is one loud small thing. What the hell is that?
bug? Have you eaten a bug?
No, it's not bad. I think I'll just.
Would you eat it just because other people eat bugs?
I saw that. What the hell?
Then why would you want to eat a cookie?
Another personal
How can you
loan over
trust
there.
them?
So, Isaac, from Jack, the small fellow.
I guess that's fair.
He's never tried a cookie.
That's not that big of a deal.
That's correct.
Cooks that much anyway.
Only to buy
Just
a treat.
left this whatever his leg is.
He's the only.
Sorry. Sorry.
Those are pretty. You can do it. She's not scared.
Looks
Look
like
at
he's in
her.
a
She's
private
so
conversation.
adorable.
What's this? Maybe some kind of ale?
Sorry.
Perhaps not. Surely they wouldn't serve that to people here. Some of them are underage, I believe. There goes the worried one. Oh.
I mean, if they're going to be here, they should probably learn to
Stove perfect for burning. Well, that's an interesting face on that fish. Look at that, kind of like a Pac-Man. I can't believe I just said Pac-Man out of in character. Ignore that, please. I did not do that. Fair enough. I'm gonna sneak round the corner and fix my full body. Don't think anyone sees me. I saw it being completely screwed earlier a moment ago. There we go. I'm just gonna take a drink too. Oh, hi Kyrima. There's a leaf here too. Thank you for the host. Alright. So, now my roleplay's done with macaroni and cheese, I'm gonna go to something else, surely.
I haven't really done so in so long, but well, I'm sure
Going
we
to
can ask
hop
our
on in.
input after people, and if they know, we can all make pieces together.
He's complaining about people being loud. He seems like my kind of person.
I feel like to describe anyone who's already
Oh, I'm going to head back to the dorms really fast in case you wonder why nobody's gone.
I'll be really
gets
into one of those three categories.
That's fine. And what is your name?
I am Tel'Kahras Faermorn. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice glasses. Wow.
Thank you. Hey.
Very, very
They
fancy.
recently got them fixed.
I see.
Zuku's.
Zuku. Ah, yes.
Zuku
Uzu. Zuku Uzu. I see. So is that usually said together or apart? Is it a Zuku
Oh
Uzu
no,
or a Zuku?
Uzu is my nickname.
Ah, I see. So your friends.
Oh
call you
no,
Uzu.
sorry, not my nickname. My surname. Sorry.
Surname.
I meant to say surname.
Nickname, surname.
Zuku is my name.
I see. Okay.
Don't worry about
I've
it.
got it. Don't worry. It's in my head. It is absolutely that. If I do say Uzu by accident, though, I'm not having a shout at you. I can promise you that.
That is okay. Also, I'm going to probably call you Tel because...
Oh, absolutely. I've already spread that across a few people. Tel is much easier, I'm sure. That was cool.
Should have morning announcements soon.
Yes, I tried
by the way, apparently we have... Apparently we have, two new professors.
Is that what the big
That I can understand.
Are you on the table?
Hello there. Sorry, I saw you standing alone. Thought I'd come over as a lonely person, not talking to anyone, and introduce myself. That's a good act, right?
That's fair.
Yes. Oh, don't worry. Tel'Kahras Faermorn, or as everyone here seems to be taking to it, Tel is my name. So, lovely to meet you.
I would love
Rose.
to organize that.
I see. Oh, a pleasure.
I've never
And these colours, the green. I'm presuming this belongs to some sort of team group, perhaps? I'm unsure. Introduce yourself.
So many of these students have been here for a while are from teams.
Yes.
There's actually 7 teams.
7?
And I got
Well, 7 in the amount of...
Ignis, Aqua, Terra, Lumen, Vetus, Umbra, and so you can see all the colors from these flags.
Ah, yes, I was wondering what they were. I thought they might have been runes of some kind originally, but that makes a lot more sense now. Of course I knew that.
There's only 2 people in my team, and the other 2 are over there.
I see, those in the corner. I have seen them now. They've been there for some time.
I use a spear, but I'm trying to learn more.
I see. Well, I'll leave them to their deep conversation, I'm sure. Maybe I'll get the chance to introduce myself later towards them. Yes, and just a minor question. I saw in the application previously there was something about offense, defense, and support, right? So everyone here fits into one of those 3 categories, right?
Yes, I'm defensive student myself.
I see. Well, I too. Yes.
He is a support student.
I see. Well, in that case, that's quite interesting, and of course, the supports and these defenses, and of course the offenses as well. They don't all just necessarily fit into those roles, do they? So a defense wouldn't be expected to always take the brunt of a blow. Perhaps sometimes, I don't know, being impaled. That's just not expected, is it?
It's not expected, no, I don't believe. I would be mostly on the front line.
I see. Tenebrous.
Hello. Yes,
She's
Tenebrous Viatorum.
a
You're
pleasure.
a Dragonkin, aren't you?
I am indeed, and I can see you are too. I'm Tel'Kahras Faermorn. Or you can just refer to me as Tel. Everyone else seems to right now.
That is a mouthful. I'll learn it eventually.
Absolutely. If you wish to call me by my full name, I'll be honored.
Don't tell me, actually. Don't tell me. You're from Droser, aren't you?
What was it that gave it away? Perhaps the wings, or the horns, or the tail? Or the scales?
Seems like all the Dragonkin seem to be from Droser.
Of course. I think it's rather rare to see one outside of it, actually, from what I'm aware of.
From what I've read, yeah. From what I've read, it's really rare for a Dragonkin to be born and raised in Essex.
Indeed, that's rather particular. You, of course, being from Droser, is there a Dragonkin here who is from Essex?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not from Droser. I was born and raised in Essex.
Oh. Oh, my mistake. Sorry, I did assume. I understand. There must be some difference there then. Of course.
Well, yes, no, my father used to tell me stories about Essex and how people over there are barbaric and ruthless. I asked him if he's ever been, but he says he hasn't. He just heard them from his father. And clearly, he's wrong, because you are, well, rather well-spoken. And
Of course.
you're not brutish, and
No, not at all.
you're wearing a uniform.
That is certainly very
Same
true.
as Lefron here as well.
Of course, Lefron too, yes. Also from Droza, yes. We were just speaking about, of course, Dragonkin and the locations they're from, of course. It's interesting to learn that Tenebris, yes?
Yes, that's
Tenebris here is from sorry, I forgot the name of the location.
Essex.
Essex, I see. I see. Yes, it's certainly quite interesting. I must say, there is something I was wondering. I did, of course, try this lovely macaroni and cheese. My God, extraordinary. But I was actually wondering one thing. There's other food there, yes, that I don't recognize. None of it happens to be toxic to kind, does it? Of course, Dragonkin. Nothing
I've
bad.
often kept to the steak, but I've had some of the other food as well, and well, I guess I'm the most Dragonkin of all, so it probably would have killed me first if it was toxic. So maybe you have that in solace.
I see.
I've tasted all of these foods, and from what I recall from back in Droza, we used to
Not that I know of.
we used to live usually by scavenging and eating what we could
You're also
find.
sharp, right?
Yes. And I have yet to die from that, so
Keep saying that.
Yes, I
haven't really
suppose.
seen
Always thought that
anything
was
that
a
would be
dragon,
toxic in
but-
terms of edible.
I'm not sure
Of course,
anymore.
I just recall this one time within the markets of Solaris, I happened to purchase a small meal. It was some kind of scorpion, I believe. Its innards strewn out, but it was presented rather nicely. And you see, I had it, and I found myself in the back alley mere moments after, all over the place. Absolutely, terrible. So, I'm just making sure I'm not making the same mistakes here. A keen mind, of course.
You want to stay away from big worm-like, scorpion-like creatures.
Yeah.
Definitely do
I
so.
wouldn't
Yes,
recommend you go there now,
I would
since
very much
pretty
recommend
sure
you
we're about to start
avoid
running
those.
announcements.
Worms,
Some
scorpions.
bad incursions with the.
I mean, up the stairs.
Well,
Okay.
So it was a pleasant
Well, it's
conversation.
a
truly.
pleasure to meet you, Ten.
Tell. You wish
Tell.
to
I'll remember eventually, I'm bad
Tel'Kahras
with names.
Faermorn. Just tell is fine.
Tel'Kahras Faermorn.
Don't worry.
Tell.
Tell. Three letters
Tel'Kahras
should be easy. Mhm.
Oh, Tell. I've already forgotten, that's
You
the
can
name.
You can read, right? Yes. So that's kind of what you do.
I see.
I'm
Well,
terrible with names.
not to worry. Could
There's
I
people here that
give you
actually
a small recommendation?
not able
It's
to read,
something I'd once seen
wanted to
actually.
make sure.
I once knew a fellow who kept a book on his side, and interestingly enough, inside this book, he'd read on through, and the most crude, terrible drawings and sketches you could ever see of individuals, but right next to it, their names. And then you could just refer to each one. You could pull out this book and pretend you're reading something poetic, but in reality, you're just kind of checking up that face.
Hi. It was nice to meet you.
Oh, what? What, like that book over there?
Book? Oh, yes, exactly like that book. Perhaps that individual might even do that. I'm unsure. Probably not.
What if this is all an hallucination and we are
Oh,
actually inside the
But that's not valuable information. Well, what are you going to learn from looking at that kind of stuff?
Well, for one, and I think it could be of use for you, names.
Oh, okay, yes.
I see what you did there.
I did.
Maybe I can learn a thing or two from reading names.
Well, there you go. You do seem to give a bit of a... what's the correct word? Scholarly vibe, that's the one. Yes.
Sort of, kind of. Rough.
Well, in Palvindor there were not a lot of homes left intact, so I just scurried around and found books and learned how to read with some of the people around there.
I see.
My father and mother also helped in some regards as well.
Wish I could read properly, just a couple of words, but oh well. Well, that's
back.
actually quite the useful
like
skill.
To read about alchemy.
Alchemy, I see. Anything in particular within alchemy?
Nice to meet you. My name's
One day, hopefully. Like, I don't know, curing the devouring might be really nice.
Devouring, yes, that is a mighty foe, isn't it? Well, perhaps your aspirations might be a little too high to start with. Perhaps just a cure for something else, or I don't know. Let's say
I can do
poison for a devouring beast.
Am I done now?
Well, that's not going to cure people that have the devouring, is it?
No, but it's going to stop them from getting attacked by dangerous beasts, isn't it? Can't be a problem if you deal with it at the source. That's what I've always seen.
Okay, but I need to get you. I need the cure.
We're all in due time, of course. We're all here to try to achieve our aspirations here.
Yes.
Right, yes.
Nice.
And
Don't worry.
we have a lot.
It's time to open up to people.
We do have a lot to read about. There's a lot of reading material in the library, and if you're in the dorms, there's even more. But if only I could take books out of the library.
I share that wish. They are very valuable.
Indeed, yes, they are. Well,
sorry, it's the habit.
No worries at all. No worries. Is there some kind of thing meant to be going on here soon?
Normally, the professors would come to meet us up on the stage. Well, we wouldn't go on the stage, but we would wait for them to arrive, and they would instruct us for the day.
I see.
Do worry about that.
That is the normal order of operation.
So right now, it seems like there's almost an extended buffet in which no one's eating.
It seems. I think some folk have taken to exploring a bit.
Indeed.
The bell rings.
I'm sure we'll be all eaten up. There's more and more students coming in. And teachers, apparently. I saw there was a new Chancellor coming in.
Was a rather loud crash man on this ship, that was for sure. Crash? I mean Crass, of course.
Okay. I thought.
Do you mean
we haven't had a supply ship in?
Yes. Or was he just here to transport us over? Sorry, I never got the chance to really socialise on there.
I'm not certain exactly what his purpose is. I just had seen him today as well as the rest of you all. I had passed by him, and we had conversated slightly in passing.
I see.
But
well, in that case, perhaps we'll find out soon. If he stands up there among them, well, we'll certainly know. If he stands down here, he was a student all along and we're all fooled.
He's certainly the most adult of our students, I would say.
Very true, but you never know, But to keep an open mind. Shall we bring over, excuse me, you, the mask, sorry, I understand, I never caught your name. Come on over. I saw you wandering around, thought you may want to join in a merry little conversation here while we're waiting for the professors, I believe, to arrive.
Yes, it seems the professors are taking their sweet time.
That they are indeed.
I would say.
We,
could be
It is a little bit longer this morning than usual, I've noticed.
That is true.
Indeed. We were discussing all sorts of things, really. And some of it came down to bugs and useful things for remembering names. Others, well, food, of course. The topic of the day, I believe.
Right.
Yeah. The front. I'll
Yes.
quickly go get my sword.
Oh, yes. I actually did grab my shields. They are in a secure location. So, there's
Other
no
to
sense.
my side, I left my sword on the sand.
Hmm. Are you
Found a spot within the garden area.
supposed to keep your weapons on you by any chance?
A lot calmer.
My weapons are supposed to be on me. Why?
Also, there's this whole war with him still getting
Well,
used
in
to.
the beginning they had instructed us not to, but after some events, they have yet to really uplift that rule. So,
Definitely.
I see.
On they are.
I've never seen before.
Hmm.
Colors I've never
No,
seen.
I wouldn't really want to toot around my giant shields.
Never mind the
So.
people I've never seen.
Of course, of
Somebody would
course.
have told me that before I put my weapons in the heap's
So
deck.
exciting. You're not excited.
Yes,
isn't it?
I
It was locked.
chose to keep mine on my side.
Is that
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
sickle, I believe.
The sickle? No, no, my friend. It is in fact. I believe the correct term is a.
I didn't quite catch your
Is a-
name.
hmm.
I'm Tenebus. Tenebus
You can see the edge is sharp. It can work, of course, as a sickle, but the key difference is in the length.
I'll probably figure
I don't
out
think
soon.
many sickles go all the way out here, do they? But
They don't, but it's a very interesting
Don't take
sword.
it.
indeed,
Okay.
I can't say
it-
I am
things are
the most well-practiced swordsman in the Capesh, but it is indeed a valuable weapon, one that catches the eye, certainly.
I don't think that was fish.
Either text.
I
Definitely caught mine.
Ever a triangle
perhaps I should have checked. There isn't anything against taking out weapons in the halls, is there, or on the ground?
You shouldn't really do so, but we're the last professors at the moment. I think you'll. be alright.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
That's great.
I'll keep that in mind.
sorry.
Just not look at them. Yes.
Right.
That's fine.
Pardon me, I just recently lost someone that also was very into Aphid text, so seeing any kind of it puts me.
I'm not into
Because
it.
mine's.
I just have.
Oh wait.
Well, I mean, you still have it, and it still reminds me of
Fish
him.
earlier was.
And I am
Ah.
fine.
In reference to the
And I am fine.
You look
the worms we
everything but-
discussed earlier, it's what's an
No,
attack.
no,
Oh.
Talk to me.
Well, we've also
I won't.
I
In other
thought this place was supposed to be safe. From what I read in the the letter, it was meant to be a place where we're offered defense, of course.
I'm just socializing.
It's
I
it
am
varies.
thirsty. I'm gonna get myself a drink.
I wish I could say with full confidence that it is, but
Did you?
it's hard to
Why
say
didn't you
so.
join
I see.
Yes, of course.
Well, that just gives me a reason to keep my eyes peeled wherever I walk. That's for sure. No change
That's
there.
true.
just normal.
That's not good.
Staying alert is definitely a high priority here. But still, there are times to find comfort. It's not necessarily a war zone, but
She has.
it's just a general caution is to be advised.
Indeed. Hmm.
I feel like that's the.
Hmm.
That's a really good start today.
You never know when a rat's gonna come out and catch you.
A rat?
That's very true.
Run a track.
Yes,
We
a rat.
had ratmen attack in school.
Oh my.
Haven't you been briefed?
I.
That
I-
one over there.
No, I have not been briefed actually. That sounds rather interesting.
Told
So,
me what happened before.
Oh, we talked to some of the
It
students
painted
around
quite
here.
a
Some
picture of the
events were-
academy. Yes, it did.
Yes.
Underqualified staff,
Oh, you're probably right.
lack of supplies, lack of leadership.
hmm.
Great.
Well,
Big, big house.
lovely. That sounds like the absolute perfect welcome to our academy that I always needed. That was sarcasm. of course.
Great first
Relax.
impression.
Hmm.
Always there's some surplus and
Hello.
brighter sides.
Oh, the frozen wastes. Oh,
You're one of the newer students, correct?
Yeah.
Mostly just had big,
Uh,
large tents.
Oh.
Well, he's number one.
I
Luckily,
did
I
ask for
look-
your name.
I think he's one of you.
Like
Yes.
people as much.
Of course.
Yes, we've already met.
This warm thing's weird though.
Hmm.
Everything's so tangly.
My name is Earth Sky from the Terra team.
No, I'm the fraud.
Here to meet you. My name is Ulysses Calvin from nothing.
It's weird.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Handshakes are very awkward. Hate them. Especially when you're just.
Well, introductions are underway.
Indeed, I believe I've got many names to remember.
Where is that located?
Oh yes.
I've gotten
The
four
first day is
now.
always difficult to remember those you meet.
Indeed, I'm sure I'll be accustomed to many more throughout the week here. Well, let's see how much I remember.
Are we actually
However,
going to have morning announcements, or are we just being
I
told?
believe we could. We should.
This is very abnormal.
Indeed.
It is.
It seems the majority have all left, and we were, of course, informed not to use these teleportation crystals, but I see shining stones glimmering in the distance, and I didn't get disemboweled the first time I used one. Do you
That's true.
use them often?
Well, when using them, you feel a bit nauseous. Is
Yes,
what kind of happens.
Yes.
Did notice
For
that.
your first few times, you should be a little. You could be a little nauseous, but after a while, you're fine.
I see.
I do not wish to cut a meeting short, but I'm a little concerned, and I want to seek where my team might have went.
Of course. Well, I believe Zuko over there has just entered the building, right behind you.
Ah. Oh, perfect.
Indeed.
Well,
A pleasure meeting you, Lefron. Once more.
You as well.
Likewise to you, Rose, and of course, Elias as well. Was that it? Correct?
Ulysses.
Ulysses. Ooh. Very well, Ulysses. I will endeavor to remember that, of
Do you know
course.
what Abdel has got? And Lyra?
Abdel is right outside.
Oh well,
She's just
I'm going
chilling.
to go ahead and, I think have a bit of a look around, actually. If professors find themselves in here and they're calling out my name, I would greatly appreciate it if you could perhaps give me a small bit of cover for just a moment.
Well, actually, there will be an
If
announcement.
you hear the bell,
Yeah.
if you hear the
Yeah,
bell,
we'll
that
let
means
you come back.
we're gathering here.
Bell. Well, that's sorted. I'll run with due haste if that is the case. Then, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you all shortly, I'm sure.
No.
Goodbye.
You as well.
That was very extended conversation. Wow. Oh. There's professors there, I believe. Guess I'll just stand and wait. That more of a small fellow. Stick, mustache. Truly interesting. Well, I think I'll sneak around this way. What is this? Perhaps not best to delve into there. Well, I'm already lost. Great. This was the entrance before, right? Stairs. What's up here? This is truly a massive place, is it not? Ah, yes. This looks like a perfect window to jump out to and probably escape something. Or break my legs, of course. Perhaps I should not try that. I see everyone's gathering, it seems, but I'm very tempted to look outside.
Someone from Ventus really doesn't want to go patrol, obviously.
A tree. Many birdhouses, but not a single bird. Wonderful.
Good thing to say.
What is this? What is it, 7 teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yes. Blue, looks like water, fire. Lightning? Unsure. No, this would be lightning, wouldn't it? Purple, of course. And this... Who knows? Whatever. Oh, there's my name. Right there. And there's a fair few too. Interesting. Place seems massive. I'm going to get lost very easily.
Terrified of a tiny little...
Which way the dogs were. Conversation down there.
Who knows?
Maybe they're really brave like everything else. Maybe nothing else phases them, it's just birds.
Well, back in we go.
I'm also planning on teaching an extra thing about cryptography, code making.
Greetings.
Gotcha,
You
gotcha.
Don't mind if
Help
I
you with?
just step in here. No, I was merely wondering. Many of the
Sounds
students
like
within the
interesting
hall
stuff.
were
I'm sure
a little
it'll
adamant
be a
that
great
there was
class
meant to
when
be
it
some kind of announcement pre-day meeting, something like that.
Yes, yeah. We have announcements every morning. We're a little bit behind because we're waiting. We have some new professors and students here.
Of course,
We had a
pleasure.
just had a meeting.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
we will be starting shortly. I believe we're just waiting for the stealth.
I see.
Are you all right, Doctor?
Yes. Had a hard night sleeping.
Ah, I see. Well, get some rest. All right.
Of course. Thank you.
Interesting fellow.
All right. Apologies. I won't keep you any longer. I actually still need to say my greetings to the other professors. I haven't gotten everyone's name yet.
Yes, I believe they went outside.
Oh no. Oh yes. I'm sorry. I didn't show you guys around. There's the big doors right around the corner over there. That's where the main hall is. That's where we'll be eating and doing announcements.
Yes, I did go in there before, and I believe that I did actually have a wander up the stairs. It's some kind of meandry. I'm not quite sure what to call it. There's so much here. Oof.
Yes, there's quite a bit to explore.
A lot to memorize.
Perhaps you
indeed.
can ask one of the other students for a tour.
Yes, perhaps that's a good idea. I might do just that. Acquaint myself some more. Well, a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing your introduction, Professor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What on earth is that?
Those glasses.
Not used to that. I will get used to it.
They don't want to go to prison.
Yes.
They seem to be gathering now, at
Raiding
least.
our supply ships, and therefore we have been rationing all of the food. There have been
Hey there.
I see giant rats that have
Hey,
been going around underneath the campus and have risen
you're.
around and attacked some students.
I'm not sure if you told me your name on the ship. I don't quite
No,
remember, sorry.
sorry, I was not quite the talkative individual on there, but more dealing with seasickness, let's just say that. But
Yeah, same bird.
my name is Tel'Kahras Faermorn.
Since then, there have
It is
been
a
no more
pleasure to meet you.
lessons, and there have been none.
Oh, of course, Lethariel. I don't know if I've mentioned it to you either at that time. I probably had a mouthful of unmentionables.
Of course, many unmentionables. Hard to understand, of course. I was wondering, we've been here for a while and there's meant to be an announcement, but I've done my rounds talking to a few of the students here and one particular professor. How have you found it, introducing yourself around the halls, as it were?
Yeah. I met a couple of nice people. I've mostly talked to the people with the blue uniforms.
I see.
There was a guy in the red. I think his name was Zuku. He was very good.
Ah, yes, Zuku. Yes, very, very loud, active man. Definitely, that's for sure. Very cool glasses, I must say. Very standout. Nervous?
I mean, apart from that, it's. Yeah, I don't really surround myself with too many people. It's kind of different for me.
Indeed, not to worry. I can definitely relate. My past experiences with people have usually been discussing and keeping people at an arm's length. But from what I can understand, everyone here seems at least a little bit trustworthy. That's a certainty.
I can definitely agree with that.
Although, I must say, did you hear about a certain event to do with a worm around the academy?
No? A worm? Why a worm?
Yes, a worm. Please come with me just a moment. Perhaps it's better for a bit of silence. Of course, I merely say this as one new student to another, but I had heard there has actually been casualties within the academy. caused by a worm, and even
What?
rat men, apparently. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard of it. Oh, okay.
The other students made it quite
Right.
apparent.
So this probably isn't the safest place, is it?
No, unfortunately not. It wouldn't seem that way. Perhaps it's best to, just watch where you're walking.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah.
Greetings.
I mean, I don't want to.
We were,
Would say so.
New students.
yes, indeed. Would you care to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Lethariel. Oh, okay.
Very well, all good. I'm Tel'Kahras Faermorn. Everyone's gotten to call me Tel recently, of course.
Well, I'm Krista.
Pleasure.
Easy name to remember. I'm not good with names. I might call you Tel as well.
That's absolutely fine. I think everyone's taken a calling to it. And there are definitely those around here who aren't that good with names either, from what I've seen. You're not alone in that. Ooh.
I overheard you guys talking about the bats and the rats and the
Yes.
Oh.
I was just informing, sorry, names, you know. Apparently I am also bad with names now. I remember Zuko, but yours, again, one more time.
Lethariel.
Lethariel.
I'm gonna call you.
I just call him L.
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 L. L could work. I'll try to remember Lethariel, of course. Yes, I was just informing Lethariel here on the interesting situation.
Lethariel. I can do this.
Indeed. The interesting situation to do, of course, with worms and rats and casualties therefore in.
Trust me, not very good. Second day in? Really? Because I was one of the. I had come I was only here for 2 days, and I was already sent into the sewers to go to the rats.
You dealt with rat people?
Yes. I am forever scarred by it. This ain't no.
I would
ball
imagine.
game.
Yeah, I mean, a lady of your stature, I wouldn't. They can be big. I've read books about them. They can be pretty big. Oh God.
They were around humans.
Don't make a comment on her
and
stature.
spiders, but since I'm a lot smaller than a lot of people, spiders are about hair on me. So that also haunts me.
Must be quite
Don't
the
worry.
ordeal.
You get by. At this point, I've just kind of given up and I'll just get by.
I see.
Nightmares here and there, but you know.
Well, getting by. I suppose that's something we should endeavour to do.
Well, I wouldn't suggest it. It's just my personal,
Of course,
preference.
of course.
There are teachers here that can help you out in those situations, but I like dealing with it myself.
I can understand the want to deal with it yourself, of course. But even then, the precaution of sending in students to deal with rat men compared to perhaps sending in a professor or two, it's quite a big ordeal, it sounds like.
The problem was they needed small people to go in.
Oh my, right.
I understand.
Greetings. Don't believe we've met.
Set.
No, we have not. Cecilia Everton.
Celia, a pleasure. Tel'Kahras Faermorn, or just Tel, if you'd prefer.
Okay. And have we met before? I can't remember.
I don't think we have. So sorry.
Cecilia Everton.
Lethariel. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Have either of you been filled in on what's been happening around campus?
From hearsay here and there, we were actually just discussing it, but if there's anything more you'd like to add into it, that would be very good to hear, I think.
Well, I can make it quick, as I don't know how long will be before announcements. Basically, it's not going to sound good because it is not good. Let me see. Not. 75% of the faculty here is not qualified to do their job. They have no teaching credentials, nor have they taught anyone. And they're most likely here because they are avoiding prison or something, as I've been specifically told by a few of them. Additionally, there have been
a joke though. They wouldn't let them just randomly teach, students.
As the faculty have called it, they have called this a project, not an institute or school or an academia or whatnot.
Oh dear.
Furthermore, there have been pirates that have been raiding our supply ships, and so we've had to ration our food. The only, I guess, new food that come in, as has been the ones where our initial group of new recruits have come in, and then your second group. Further from that, there have been giant rats that have been raiding what little food that we have stored, and it's the reason why we have been carrying weapons around campus to deal with the threat. There's been a group of students have gone down to try to stop the threat, and they have failed, and several students have died.
Oh yeah. Well, this is giving me exactly
there
the kind
has
of
been a
advice I
second
need.
mission to go out and hunt elk and boar. However, we encountered a monster, and some of the students have taken it upon themselves to challenge it alone rather than going to get one of the nearby teachers to help them. And so they have then perished.
No one died during the rat mission.
I'm surprised you didn't. Again.
Stand corrected.
That,
Since the rat... I'm not done, unfortunately. Since the rat mission, there have been no more lessons. We have not been taught anything for about 2 weeks now, although from the inklings that I've heard, lessons will be resumed today.
I see. That, wow.
So, that leaves the rest of us as the new recruits to be picked up by the squads that are now missing members, due to them leaving once they realize this grows to nature, or from the deaths.
Well, you've painted this academy in a light I don't think I could have seen it in before, and for that I thank you.
You're welcome. It's hard to get past all the recruiter speak when they presumably recruited you.
Of course, just to think. Could have been on that ship all this time, and could have got raided by pirates and died. Great first start. But we didn't, so count ourselves lucky, right?
Yes. And now that you do mention that, I wonder if there was perhaps a third batch of students that was attacked on the way here.
Speculation indeed.
And perhaps I'm sure we have everybody here safe and sound. I don't think
I'm
there's
not
no
getting
need
on
to
that
worry
ship
about
again.
anything like that.
I think I'll be sticking to these teleportation crystals from now on.
Due to how they are, I guess, looking over our mail as we send it out and controlling what gets sent out, I have no doubts that they have not reported the students' deaths to the families.
I think I heard something
It
about
does make me a bit worried about the continuation of this project.
I'm sure they have their reasons, and I'm sure the families know everything. I'm sure it's okay. There's no need to panic yourselves. I mean, first day
The last
here, at
Chancellor
least
was
gives me
fired.
something nice to come to.
Yes, it was macaroni and cheese, yes. Fantastic thing, that.
It is, yeah, it's real good.
Yes.
Good luck, you two.
Of course,
Wish
likewise to you.
well.
I'm sure we'll handle things just fine. Of course, a bit of preface and warning always helps. I wonder if they'll touch on it themselves up there.
Aye, especially hearing that you've not been even given a tour yet, and you've simply just taken off the boat, brought here, and then to eat food and wait.
Yes, I did hear from the council actually, as I may have ventured out myself a little. Feel free to find one of the students to lead you around, of course. But the issue is, that's, well, completely fine for perhaps a few people new to this academy. Those who are perhaps a little more socially, inverted, it might be more difficult for them.
Yes, it is.
Indeed. Well, they've got their chance to make a good impression now.
Yeah. Perhaps they will turn things around, and perhaps not. Some of the new faculty that have come in have seemed qualified to do their jobs, so that is good.
Indeed.
The professor from Flint, the military man, will be teaching defensive tactics. I trust him.
Teachers you've had so far.
I don't know much about the others, so.
Thank you.
I see.
It's natural.
Perhaps defense's tactics could be quite the good call, considering recent events, it seems.
Lavender.
Yes, I can.
Got a frame dip with everyone in here now. Good times.
The substance I use on it, it's sort of become died.
If you don't mind, I think I'll be taking a seat. Legs are killing me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just assumed you died it. Huh.
No, I was just born this way.
Front, no. Back, yes.
That was a unique trait. Dad didn't have it. So.
Yes, this looks great.
Yeah. Anyway,
do you vote Ellis on the team?
Maybe listening to some conversation on the side.
Great, that makes 2 out of 3.
That one seems rather alone. I think I need to turn up the sound just a little bit. There we go. Brains. Yes, the 2 marine people. And the mask.
I assume by growing them.
Ulysses, was it? Ulysses, I believe. Yes. Oh man. I'm getting a sore throat. Too much talking, guys. Christ. Also, lots of waiting around. That's okay though. Character development, you know?
I've never seen it.
I wonder what they're doing up there.
I'd just be thirsty. I wouldn't really notice.
Thank you.
Is it empty? It should be empty.
It's time.
There we go. That took far too long. Oh, am I supposed to move forward?
That'd be amazing.
Right.
Oh.
Where,
I have no idea. Oh, perhaps where all those are? The ones without the colours?
Yeah, Caleb.
Oh yes, let's do that.
Yes, all the unsorted over to the right.
Hello. Murtish Mioshima.
Okay, I think Lothario.
Lothario.
Sorry.
I'll remember that. I'll
No
try to.
worries at all.
I'll shuffle.
An interesting day indeed.
I think Kiki might be having some issues at the moment. Are we missing anyone else? Is everyone here?
Yes, I should probably improve my face a bit.
Alright, well, let's get started then. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure you've noticed we have a few new faces in our ranks today.
I really wish I could have positional audio. Hang on, let's do this.
If you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Me? Oh boy, let me get down again.
Impressive.
That is impressive.
Alright then. Well,
much bigger from this close up.
Hello, everybody. The name is Professor Brock Brandybot Bombadil, and I will be your new professor in alchemy and potion crafting. However,
You said it.
which one of you
Shut up.
please do come talk to me. We have lots to talk about. The arts of alchemy and potion crafting. Yes, and maybe something a little bit more if you're interested in more special arts. But that's for another day. Anyways, that's for me for now.
That's a quiet person. Let me turn up Siva. Fuck.
I hope you can hear me a lot better. I apologize for that.
Yes, that's better.
Better.
I am Lilith Wilbur Days, or you may be calling me Professor Days. It's a pleasure to meet you all. If any questions, please do come to me. I'll be your external magics professor. Please be your best behavior.
Magic. Interesting.
Good morning, cadets. I'm Professor Rollins. Defensive tactics. I'll be teaching you all the ways of defenses, all the way through strategic planning. Hope you all can be competent. And can't wait to be with you all.
That's a fellow.
Don't like that one.
Magic.
Hello, everyone.
He's very big.
My name is Morgus Clarence. I will be teaching languages and cultures from the Undercity. I hope we all get along.
Interesting bug thing. One hand for stabbing, the other for grabbing.
Hello, students. My name is Viri Castor. You can call me Chancellor Castor.
Castor.
I'm looking forward to meeting you all in the coming days. Now, I apologize for Lady Marlowe's quick leave. She came here to keep the school organized while the rest of the staff were collected. She's a busy woman and has returned to her work. Any concerns you would have with her, or you'd bring to her, you are welcome to bring to me. Now, I've heard of the losses sustained during what was intended to be a simple hunt. My deepest sympathies to those affected. However, I believe it would be wise if you all to realize something. We are at war. The world is tearing itself apart, and as each day passes, we get closer and closer to inevitability. We're not too
Here we go.
trying to play hero, got 3 killed. We do not need heroes to save this world. Now, Chancellor Castor, you may wonder, doesn't the fact that we wish to save Astrea make us heroes? No, 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 you are severely mistaken. Having a heroic goal does not make you a hero. Heroes are stupid. Heroes throw themselves into the fray, into unbeatable fights for fame and glory. Heroes sing songs of their ridiculous escapades to receive praise from the masses who don't know any better. Heroes are careless. Heroes are stupid. And these heroes have failed us time and time again, failed to get rid of the rifts, to rid the world of this plague. They have failed you. Your heroes, the people you put your faith in, have failed. They have proven to us we do not need heroes. We need good soldiers. Good soldiers are smart. They are cunning. They know how to follow orders. They have common sense. They are willing to use their lives and the lives of those around them for the greater good, for their cause. We need soldiers. I know many of you cling to the ideals of heroism. You are children, after all. But I argue you stopped being children 10 years ago. Grow up, get the idea out of your head that you can be a hero. Get the idea out of your head that you want to be a hero. Heroes are useless. Be a soldier. And if you can't, I expect you to come to me so I can ensure your safe passage off the island. There are many others out there willing to become soldiers.
if you believe yourself ready to be a soldier, all of you better start acting like it. Meetings held in this auditorium are briefings. As such, when you hear that bell ring, regardless of time of day or what you are doing, you will be in here within 60 seconds.
Yes, even if
I
you're
expect
late yourself.
every one of you to be standing at attention.
Right.
This means standing with your feet shoulder width apart, standing up straight, squaring your shoulders. You better not look anywhere else but at me unless you have very good reason to.
Oh dear.
You do not speak, nor so much as utter a laugh or noise unless spoken to. You will respond quickly, loudly, and respectfully.
Drow,
I expect
right.
every one of you to respond. If any
Yep,
of you
that's a
break any
drow
of these
for
rules,
you.
will all
Great.
be punished for disrespecting your superior officer. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And or sir.
Okay.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
To continue with this thread,
Alright, I suppose I should join
it
in
has been
this.
brought to my attention that a number of you have been causing trouble around the academy. One specifically that has been brought to my attention is one Byron White-Royer. You have caused quite a stir. You've not only stolen precious potions from the infirmary, but stole a book from the dungeons, which is a place you all know to be off limits. This, among many things, has made the staff question your ability as a soldier, and especially as a team leader. As such, you will be stripped of your role as Captain of Lumen.
Oh dear.
If you are a team leader, chosen by your team to represent them, and you act in such a manner with that trust, you not only make your team look bad, but show staff that your team doesn't deserve to choose a new leader for yourselves. As such, I will be assigning Lumen a new team leader by the end of day today. And I would like to talk to the team in my office after announcements. Speaking of
Someone's in
announcements,
trouble.
I will be carrying those out from here on out. New Unsorted. I apologize for the rude awakening.
Right, probably
I
take
hope
the pose.
you all will become the soldiers we need, and you will live up to what is expected of you. And
Expectations,
as for
really?
the rules, I'm going to go over them again to warn those who are new, and to remind those who seem to be struggling to remember. Use of magic, as well as use of the arena and target range, is prohibited unless accompanied or supervised by a member of staff. Traveling around campus after nightfall without permission, unless accompanied, is prohibited. Accessing another student's chambers without permission or after nightfall is strictly prohibited. Relationships that go beyond friendship are strictly prohibited. Make sure your chores are done each day in order to keep the grounds maintained. Books are not to be removed from the library. Letters are to be kept to a minimum, and any letters sent or received will be reviewed by staff. Attendance at breakfast is mandatory, and punishment for breaking any of these rules will be shared by your entire team. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sir.
New students, it is your job to make yourself known to the teams and team captains and figure out which team you would like to be a part of. If you're not chosen for a team, you will be assigned one. And now, those unsorted that have been offered a spot on a team that they intended to take, you will be now properly sorted. Please come up to my left, your right. Anyone who intends to take a spot on a team. Now, before we sort anyone,
There
keep in
goes
mind
half the number.
team leaders and unsorted. This is a big decision. This is going to be your team until you graduate, die, or leave the academy. You will be expected to work as a team, fight alongside each other, to work together day in and day out, regardless of whether we're on the battlefield or at home. You will be expected to be seen together and to act as a unit, whether that be now or something you work towards. Is this clear, everyone?
Here we go again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, sir, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Unsorted, come up on stage right here. I will call each team individually. If unsorted, you have been offered a team on the slot on the team I call, step forward. I will proceed to call upon the captain of said team to ensure that this is the case. Now, has anyone been offered a slot on Team Aqua?
Not one of them.
Team Ignis.
One of them there. Oh, the small one. Screaming
Who is the
about
captain
cookies.
of Team Ignis.
Me.
Have you indeed offered a slot to this? What is your name?
Lyra.
Have you offered a slot to Lyra?
Yes, ma'am. We all agreed
Then come up.
together to offer. Yeah.
On the right. Come here. And sir, what is your name?
My name is Zukuuzu.
Lyra, here.
Oh, okay.
Lyra, are you ready to be part of Team Ignis? To work with all the members of that team and to work through any trials or tribulations that being part of this team may bring?
Yes.
Good. Zuku, are you and your team ready to welcome this member into your ranks? To all work together as a unit and to face these trials and tribulations head on?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And welcome, Lyra, to Team Ignis. You may both exit that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we clap?
No.
I think it's meant to just be silent.
Oh, okay.
Team Stella. And what is your name?
Alice, ma'am.
And who is the captain of Stella?
That would
We
be me,
currently do
ma'am.
not have one.
Oh dear.
I'm getting conflicting answers, cadets. Which is true?
It seems they do have a captain indeed. Step forward.
Baron Duchesne. Duchesne. Whichever one it was, I'll remember soon enough. Was it Mr.? Yes, that's what he preferred. Duchesne, there.
Alice, are you ready to be part of Team Stella? To work with all members of their team and to work through any trials and tribulations that being part of this team may bring? Good. Isaac, are you and your team ready to welcome this member into your ranks? To work together as a unit and to face those trials and tribulations head on?
We are.
Then welcome Alice to Team Stella. You may exit.
Yes!
Team Terra.
Really is just like a dog.
And who is the captain of Terra?
I am, ma'am.
Then come up.
Oh, he is. That's surprising. Oh wait, there's only two of them. Well, I suppose he did have a personality.
What is your name?
My name is Tenebris Viator, ma'am.
And yours?
Krista.
Krista. Are you ready to be part of Team Terra? To work together with all members of the team and to work through any trials and tribulations that being part of this team may bring?
Yes, ma'am.
Tenebris, are you and your team ready to welcome this member into your ranks? To work together as a unit and to face those trials and tribulations head on?
Yes, ma'am.
Then welcome Krista to Team Terra. Umbra. Is your captain? Who is your captain?
Kai.
He is not here?
No, ma'am.
Great captain.
Then I'm afraid we are going to delay this. I apologize, ma'am.
Indeed.
And to be fair, This will be happening every couple of days. Team captains and unsorted, you are to be alerting me of any decisions reached on the matter of teams. Now, there is going to be an event today. Lupe, do you care to explain?
Yes. I shall explain when you're all at the arena, but I'm going to hold an event today that is team-based. You will not require your weapons, but if you wish to bring them, you may, as there are no limitations on what you can actually bring to this said event. I'll give you about 5 minutes, and you should meet me outside the arena. Captains, be a good sport and show the new students where that is. You have 5 minutes. Meet me there when the bell rings. And that's all I'll say on this matter. Oh, and another thing, for the new students that are here and have no idea who I am Lupe Bellicosa. I'm the internal magic professor, and I shall teach you both the occult and define internal magic. That is all I wish to say. Now I must excuse myself and prepare things.
Unsorted.
Seems to have the head on straight.
If you have been offered a slot on a team and you are unsure if you are going to take it or not, please go to that team. If you have been offered multiple slots, go to whichever one has less students at it currently. And as for the rest of you, I trust you all to disperse yourselves amongst the teams. Each team should have 4 or 5 members. Do not overcrowd. Go on. Move.
Do you mind if I go with your party today? For whatever's going on? Okay.
Seems there's a gap there.
Okay. It's okay. I can go with you guys today.
That is all.
Of course. Thank you.
You all are dismissed. The bell will ring soon to alert you to go to the arena.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, or sir.
I'll go put my glasses back. I'll
And
be right back.
Team Lumen.
I'm gonna grab my sleeve.
Your name?
I would like you to meet me outside my
Actually,
office.
we should probably just hit the arena.
I am Ulysses.
Yeah, you can meet there.
Alright.
You see that?
Welcome to Team Stella for the day.
Fitting on in here, yes. It's a
No, of course not.
I'm smiling.
You'll have to remind me of your name?
Tel'Kahras Faermorn, or Tel.
I assume you all pick Ivian, but...
Tem?
Tel.
Alright.
I've known this is
Tel.
probably
Yes.
going to happen.
Well,
Exactly happened. Do you not wish to be the leader? What's happening?
once Alice gets over here, we will go and I'll show you where the arena is.
Very well.
David got a little bit scared off, so...
Whoever it is indeed. Well, it seems things have gotten rather loud here.
Yes, let's move over here where it's a little quieter.
Okay, I'll see you later, Abby. Well, if it isn't the power.
I'm not getting with you. Back off.
Well, this is the rest of Team Stella.
I see.
This is Christopher, Sorleo, and Alice.
Sorry to
Good
see
to meet you all.
that scared you off, David. Unfortunately, that was a little bit planned on my part.
Okay.
Alright.
Hope you enjoy your choice.
So,
am I supposed to...
I will just go show you around a little bit.
I would appreciate that, certainly.
Of course.
I'm gonna bring mine just in case. I'm not too familiar with
Sorry
simple
about
swords and whatnot.
If in case you were told, I will grab some training weapons just in case. A Lumen invite, but after hearing that, I don't have any of my own. I'll go and talk to you about the school.
Alright. So we have the administration offices over in this direction here, the staff lounge, the headmaster's office, and the counselor's office.
What exactly did you tell Tel'Kahras? Well,
exactly what.
Indeed.
Over here to the right,
Yes.
there's a path leading to two different towers. One has a map room, and the other is the library. Just a reminder that books are not to be taken out of the library.
Yes, I've heard that caused quite a stir.
It
And the
has.
shouting that was received earlier, at least.
Over here, we have our different classrooms. Everything is a sign above it, easy. Let's just head out here.
Sir? Ah, Christopher. Just the man I was looking for. I'm going to need you to hang behind a little bit.
Here we go, walking normal. When your
Right.
body breaks apart.
Over here to the left is our
Yes.
infirmary.
I see.
You find Dr. Draconus in here most times of the day. If there's any emergencies, there's a bell on the inside of the door on the right,
Of course.
and that will follow the doctor.
I
Honestly,
see.
probably most of the school will come.
What, to watch as madness unfolds, or to try and help?
Probably a little of both.
Makes sense.
So you're from Droza, you said?
Yes, Droza. Solaris, to be honest. Little market town, it is. Or city, I suppose.
It's the place run by the assassins, I believe.
Yes, certainly has quite the interesting charm about it, I will say. To learn an interesting lifestyle there.
I bet. I'm
Oh
sure
boy, he's questioning me.
one of the professors have shown all the students about the teleportation.
Yes, we used the blue one, I believe, to head to the main building previously. And of course they informed us of the nausea-inducing effects, as it were.
Yes. It's not terribly pleasant.
Yes,
But yes,
Just
exhilarating.
using it about once a day so you get used to it.
Yes, that, I believe that's exactly what they said, actually. Oh, talking of Professor.
Yes.
Hurry up now.
Understood. I'll be returning
Well.
momentarily.
Got it right.
Of course. Alright. Well, we have the gates heading to
Suppose they're
outside
made
the
to get
school
to
over there.
Lion Spirit or something like that.
Indeed.
I don't know.
Do not believe we are allowed past them.
As far as them, Kiki,
I'm assuming
me and Ty
excursions
talked a
outside the
little
school do, of course, happen.
They're not holding thing against you. and-
Yes, we had an excursion just a few days ago, actually.
Ah,
Well,
interesting.
Coming to the school with some previous issues, just a little bit of a fright. Nothing to more or less.
So that's an interesting blade I've seen at your hip. I haven't seen anything like it.
Yes, it's a. I have been told I'm not meant to take this out, but, well, nothing's stopping me, it would seem. It is a Kopesh. I believe that's what they call it, anyways.
Kopesh.
Yes, a student earlier thought it was a sickle, and I had to kindly inform them, of course, of the blade's length. Not going to see this cutting many weeks, that's for sure, although I'm sure it could do a fine job.
Yeah.
I believe it's more suited to other things, anyways.
Yes. Oh, very interesting weapon. Well, let's hurry to the arena.
Of course.
Bellicosa gets upset with us. In the arena is obviously this large imposing structure to our left, flanked with the two statues.
Yes, that certainly stands out. I will say that.
Yes. Yes, just beyond that we have the training grounds, and beyond that we have some fields for farming as well as some greenhouses that haven't had much use yet. The building you see over there to your right is where
Yes.
the Unsorted will be sleeping. I believe it is a warehouse.
Hmm.
Here it's drafty.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure I've slept in worse places than a warehouse. In fact, I think I've slept in two myself beforehand.
Well, yes, just beyond that would be the dormitories. All color-coded for convenience.
I see.
We got the female Neller now, so that's fun.
That's from what I heard.
Yep.
Lucky we stay together.
You
Everyone
wanted
on
off.
me.
I needed you back at the main hall. It's quick, but I need you there.
Alright.
Let's head there now.
Where's Lyra, by the way? Oh, well, speak of the devil, never mind.
Got my VR bugged big time, man.
Do I need to go get a weapon from over there?
They said weapons are not necessary, so probably not.
Okay.
Also, Lyra, go ahead in the front.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Ignis, line up. Ventus, line up. Tara.
Suppose making a good impression is important.
I believe we can move a bit closer. I'm not sure when
We're already
Oh, my frame's over there. Not fun.
Indeed.
Oh, move a little. I suppose the unsorted have been placed into teams then.
Yes, ma'am.
We have Elias with us.
Alright. Excellent. I'm going to assume this is everyone who's going to arrive. Very well then.
There's more coming.
Ah, latecomers.
There is a meeting with the Chancellor as well.
Yes, she's informed me. I've made aware of that. Right. Since we're all here, I'm going to explain to you what the task is today. Your task is quite simple.
Thank you for
There will be two boars which you will need to work together to put into cages. These boars I will create myself using illusion magic. So that means if they bite you or if they scratch you, it will hurt, but it won't leave a mark.
Illusion.
You have a time limit to get these balls into the cages to follow, but I'm not going to tell you what this time limit is. Also, the rules are also quite simple. You must not pick up either of the balls, or else that is an automatic fail. If you do not do it within the time limit, that is a fail. If you cause any harm to these balls, i.e. stab them or scratch them, that is an automatic fail. Now, let's see. Ah yes, and one more thing. You are allowed to use whatever you see fit. So that goes for shields and other weapons. I want to see ingenuity, creativity. I want to see teamwork. I want to see you calling out to your fellow teammates what you are doing. So if you are opening a cage ready for the boar, shout it out. If you're grabbing the boar, let your teammates know. So if you've grabbed a boar, shout it out to your teammates. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good.
Oh,
The
that should be
cages are
interesting.
quite heavy. On the front of the cages, there are levers which you need to use to open the door. This takes one person with both hands to push down the lever, so then you can allow the boar into the cage. If I don't see both hands on the cage, then you are failed if you try and put the boar inside the cage. Now, I'll give you some time to prepare, and I'm going to place teams together as some of you may be being called away to talk to the Chancellor. So, we'll have you two work together for this task. You're quite big teams, aren't you? This team, you're going to work with Stella for the day. So please stand with them. Tara and fellow people there. You as well. Stand with Stella.
Yep.
Not you, Zuku.
Oh.
Stand with your team. That's alright, there we go. And
A
then
little
you
bit
two.
of confusion.
These two teams are working together as well. Right. These two teams enter the arena and stand on the left. Don't go on the dirt. Action!
Alright.
Come on, start moving.
Apprehensive. Lovely.
Alright,
Yeah.
Stella and Co, you'll take the right side. Do not go in the dirt. You have 2 minutes to start discussing ideas.
Yes, ma'am.
Up to it.
You're on the wrong side.
We were told the left.
Her left.
Alright.
Ah, I wanted my left.
Authoritative voice. Very nice.
What I was trying for. Alright. So. We'll need the strongest of us to corral and hold the boar down. That would be probably yourself and Soria. The rest will probably be needed to guide the boar into these three
Thank you for the
units.
follow.
So we are our catch unit and then our push unit. We would need somebody to handle the actual cage.
I'll
Alice,
do
would you
that.
like to handle the cage? You'll handle the cage, alright.
course.
Then I will be on the push unit as well. Any problems with this?
None at all. Say, do we all happen to know how a boar works? Has anyone hunted one before? Perhaps?
I have not.
Sorry,
Well,
I don't
to
believe
be
I ever
f-
called your name.
To be fair, it's Avi, but as much as like boys act, these aren't technically real boys. So, should we take that into consideration?
Possibly. There might be some kind of strange X factor in the task. But for the most part, unless something strange happens, we deal with it as if it is a normal animal.
Well, if it's just a normal animal, then boys are just naturally aggressive. They'll charge
Right,
at
if I've not
basically.
made myself clear, you should be taking this time to discuss ideas and what you shall be doing between the captains and between yourselves. Have anyone got any questions?
The only question we have so far, ma'am, is will these boars be acting as actual animals, or will there be something strange about them?
Yes, slightly, although they will be under my control.
Of course, ma'am.
Is that the
Okay.
only question?
And just to clear up the ruling a little, you mentioned something about holding the balls or carrying them. Was there a rule against that?
Yes, you're allowed to push them, you're allowed to drag them, but you're not allowed to pick them up. They're very big and they're very fat.
Very well.
Alright, I'll let you discuss between yourselves what you wish to do. And a reminder, you're allowed to use whatever you see fit. Get creative with it.
Of course.
Perhaps everyone should take a shield and we could use the shield.
Yes, I was actually just about to say that.
I'm going to be
Alright.
chasing a boar. I'm not going to be as fast with this thing on my back.
That's fair.
Perhaps you don't need to be.
Grabbing.
If we could lure
grabbing.
them towards you.
Well. I believe the most important thing is to get to a boar, take it to the ground without hurting it, and then have one of our three main gatherers drag the thing without lifting it to the cage.
Dragging.
It would be a good idea if possibly we could try and use our shield to form sort of a wall to guide it into the cage. That way it would be easier than having to
Yes, that
actually take down the ball.
That's a fine idea.
Pushing team is to do. However, it might be difficult to fully corral a boar with such few numbers in such a large area.
But if you
can scare it towards the chasers. We might be able to get it in a range.
This is a big thing. I don't know how to use this.
Isaac. And then once the chasers take it to the ground, yes?
It seems like there's some preemptive cages on there. I think it would be good to know the locations of it. You know. Again, you know.
Yes. Well, the thing is, everything will depend on where the boars
Okay thing.
start. Where we start. So it's going to have to be fairly dynamic.
Boar's going to charge me. Great.
Simply meet with failure.
Illusionary boar, but still could totally gore me. Illusory wounds? Those things? If they are things, I want to learn about it.
Next time I'm cage, I need to be out, so I can do my thing.
Okay, I need a status report of what's going on.
Alright, we are having our strongest members being the ones to grapple the boar. The rest of us are to push them towards those who are strong enough to do so. And once we have a boar grappled, we will drag it.
Grappling.
Boar above the ground is a failure.
Oh boy, why do they think I'm so strong?
Where Krista will use both hands to close the cage.
Perhaps bash.
Okay, so we just need to grab a ball and push it.
Excuse me, sorry. A moment of your time. You have a shield, yes? I'm rather unfamiliar with the correct usage of such a tool. How would this be used for, say, I don't know, a charging ball? You just hold it, or?
I have only had a shield for a few days myself.
Oh.
Later.
I see.
I believe perhaps if the boar is coming head on, step to the side and try and use it at an angle to guide it away from you.
Teamwork.
Well, misdirection is certainly along the right steps, I think.
We do have a time limit, but we
Do
don't
you?
have
Grabs it and tilts it.
as well.
Yes, that...
If you angle it away from you, it's not coming at you full force. The force will be pushed in a different direction.
I see.
We are going to be using the
So, almost as
shields
if it's an extension of yourself.
to
That...
push a boar towards our stronger members who are able to grapple it.
Any weapon, shield, item that you are using should always see it as an extension of yourself.
Of course. I am more akin to seeing them as useful tools to achieve an end, of course. That has been their foremost use for me recently. Well,
So our goal is to corral a ball towards one of these three. That is our main goal. And then from there, after a boar is caught and captured, then we can focus on getting the boar into a cage.
Okay, so do we have a contingency plan for if the boar escapes?
Stay dynamic. We continue to try to push it into a corner, or push it towards one of the stronger members.
Well, if it's escaped, then it's going to be a harder uphill battle to get it back in because it's not going to want us anywhere near it. So we're going to need to cause some distraction.
everything's okay.
Create a lot of noise.
Yes,
Create a lot of noise.
banging up against the shields.
Yes.
Towards the middle, I believe would be best.
If we scare it into a corner, then that would be easier than pushing it into a corner.
Excellent. You grabbed the shields.
Mm-hmm.
How's this
I
team
believe that
doing
was.
so far?
We've come up with a plan, and yes, I think we even
Would
have
you
a
say you feel
contingency
ready?
plan. Yes,
I believe so.
Are you filled in, Tenebris?
I am. Yes.
Alright. I'll give you a few more seconds, or, well, minutes even, and then you'll be up first.
Okay.
Okay. So let's arrange yourself into the formation. So Sorlear and David would be up first, grappling the the boar. Is that correct?
Sorry, very
Until we
particular
can
spot. You,
get it into a less open area.
Oh, sorry.
We should go
I
with
just,
the long shield
I get.
Even those without the shields.
I'm quite the curious speaking as
And then
well.
once we have it in.
Yes.
You look cool though.
Thank you, thank you. I'm quite fond of your, the ears and tail. That yes.
So
rather fitting. All of you just blends together exquisitely.
We should open them up.
Oh,
My ears?
Yes, your ears are great. Love them.
Do we have any square shields? Because these gaps might be an issue.
Lovely.
I like them too.
They are rather large.
Indeed.
And
It's,
very-
oh, sorry. Perhaps we should keep an eye on the strategy.
She also said they were very heavy or something.
Although you are a master boar hunter, from what I've heard.
Right.
Yes.
Not really a master. Just I know how they act.
Over planning.
Well, that is very useful.
Well, let's hope I could open and close this gate with
You did any hunting yourself?
Not boars.
He should be able to give you some grip in the mud.
Few small things. Yes.
Well,
Okay.
to
So,
brief it,
Tel is joining you for Team Stella today.
Yes.
I don't think this should
Okay,
be too
then.
difficult.
You
To
two
put
questioned
it
about me.
bluntly, boars are rather aggressive, and they seem
As long as we
to
work
challenge
together, we
about
should be able to do it
anything
easily.
that makes a loud noise or just stands tall. They're almost like bears where they don't care how big you are.
That easily might be the right word.
Noise.
It's very
Okay.
easy to overestimate.
Yeah.
Professor.
Basically, feel challenging and menacing, and they'll probably go for
I
you.
need you all to be on your guard and to give it all.
Though, do be careful. A full-on judgment boar will take you out.
Boar might be the meaning between life and death.
So misdirection.
We
Okay.
need to take this as seriously as it were a survival mission.
Yes.
I mean, you can kind of misdirect about 500 pounds of wild hog.
Hey, wait, isn't
True.
Stella known as the Shield Group?
Yes.
Do you not see the irony here?
I do.
Be able to do it easily. You're
Uh-oh.
fine.
Uh-oh.
Never heal.
Yes, ma'am.
She said there are technically illusions, but they still take bait, as in food?
Yeah, which is
Well,
why I
here
suggested
goes.
to Callum he could use his berries.
Alright. Everybody line up. Catches
along the flanks. What does that mean?
I'll take this side.
Behind the rear.
Oh, the
Flank means the rear, so since you're a pusher, come up here, fill up this gap.
Okay.
Alright.
Just like that. Okay, and if
All
you
right.
can,
Remember,
Take that side.
communication is key. Shout out what you're doing to each other. Make it known to your teammates what you are doing. I'm going to spawn in the bears using my illusion magic, the boars using my illusion magic now. They won't move until I release a flare into the air. Once that flare is released, the boars will be released and your time will start. Is everything clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Gonna have to get used to saying that. Oh boy.
You ready?
Of course.
Ready as we'll ever be.
Yes.
Let's do this.
Alright.
Perhaps I could.
That is fairly large.
Oh, that's
Yes.
a big boy.
That boy is like half my size.
It's not that big.
So we should focus in on one boar.
Remember, it's not real.
We should focus in on the one on the left.
It's kind of cute
Spread
though.
out, push it into the far corner.
Doesn't matter if it's cute, it's part of our assignment today.
We should.
Right.
We should try a semicircle, right?
Yes.
So
So we may need to spread out a bit.
Alright, students. Best of luck. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, moving forward. Okay.
Right.
Here we go.
Push it.
it's
Back
going into the
left.
corner.
Back left. Yes.
Left. close in.
Push us forward. Focus
Yes.
on this one.
Focus.
Seems to be
Cover to right,
rabid.
Cover to right.
I'm behind you.
Don't keep center.
Right behind you.
Okay.
Okay, move it forwards. Move
Okay,
it forward.
in position.
Forwards.
Move forward.
Spread out.
The ball crashes at your ankles.
Oh. God, that's painful. All right.
Focus this one.
Not real mouse.
Okay.
Which?
All right. Line up again.
Left one. Leftmost one.
Left one.
Oh, that almost got me.
Brace. Okay. All right. All right. This
Okay,
one
turn
here.
around.
This one here.
Yes.
Behind Alice.
Right here.
Come here. Come here.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Isaac, get around the ball.
What's happened to my friend? Oh, that's
Over
not
here,
why.
grab it. Surround it.
Close him.
Doors open.
David. Shove it in. Shove it in. Push.
Together.
Box it in. Don't hurt it. Push it in there.
Use your eyes. Someone open the student.
I did open it.
Alright.
There we go.
Close it. Both
Hold it.
hands.
Hold it. Close.
Yep. I got it.
All right.
Okay.
Next one. One more.
Now your time's running out.
Anyone injured?
Okay. There it is. Spread out.
Semicircle.
Okay. Just me.
Okay.
All right. Focus on the ball. Focus on the ball. Where is it?
Okay. We're out of formation. Semicircle around that ball.
All right.
Ball bites you.
All right. All right.
This one's more. This one's more.
Maybe that cage. That cage's a lot wider.
That cage?
That cage.
Yeah. Open up that cage.
All right.
Abby.
Not real.
Yeah. All right. Spread out.
Bloody
Spread out.
balls.
Surround it. Don't let it through.
Krista, can you open up this cage
No.
as well?
No.
It's running off. It's running off.
Come
Find
on.
it. All right. Keep in formation. Got it. Grab it.
He's got it. Push.
Right, surround.
Push. All right. Push. Push.
This cage is open.
Put. Right. Push it.
Left cage. Left cage.
Right around.
Bring it by the tusk.
Let's go. All right. Drag it. Let's go. Come on. Push. Push. All right.
Someone escape.
Killing the fight. Someone
Okay.
Just get in there.
I'm on the left.
Bloody. Close it.
Hands.
close it.
Oh my God.
All right. All right.
Alright.
Oh boy.
That was the second ball. Well done.
Screw you.
I've
Oh,
seemed
God,
to have
frames.
lost my hearing. Can you please hear me or not?
I can. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Interesting. I may have to go back and clear my ears. So, well done. You've actually succeeded and managed to capture both of the balls within the time limit. As a team, I implore you that you go to my room to learn up on illusion magic. There, you'll have a description of what you've witnessed here today. Well done. You've shown ingenuity, and you've shown you can work together as a team and get a task done in sufficeable time. For now, you are dismissed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
To my room,
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh, yeah,
All right.
and leave
Yeah,
the
we'll put
shields
shields
where you found them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job, Avi.
Are you okay?
Good job, everyone.
Yes, you did well. That was a workout.
It's my war cry.
I think I'm gonna use a shield as well, just for extra coverage.
I'm going to be one of the people on the leave, so.
How you feeling, Tenebris?
Share with the others.
I feel fine. That felt like pain.
That thing was hard to push.
It certainly feels real, doesn't it?
It's heavy. I feel exhausted already.
That's what hard work feels like. I could use a tea or a coffee or something at this point.
Oh, right, coffee.
Congratulations, everyone. I believe we did fairly well.
Isaac, thank you for your guidance.
You're very welcome. Well, I believe we can take this moment to go and head to Mrs. Bellicos's classroom and look up on illusions.
Of course.
And perhaps we can get back soon enough to watch the other teams.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. All right.
One thing I do want to go over first. What do you think were your weaknesses?
Are we going to try to do it?
I believe our weaknesses was this was our first time working together as a cohesive unit, and so there was a couple times we did break ranks with multiple targets moving as fast as they were. It was difficult at times to keep track of which one was the priority target.
And when you were putting the boars into the cage, you forgot to look at your back, so there was a boar behind you the whole time.
Ah.
And
Yes, sir. I'll take note of that. It was a good lesson to learn.
I'll try to remember that.
Makes a good point.
It's good that you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to think to look behind.
Practice on it. We'll be talking formations later.
They're not solid. See if it helps lure them in there.
Thank you, sir.
What? They're not.
All right, I believe it's off to Miss Bellicos's classroom.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yes.
His name's
Try not to hurt them then.
Eleanor,
All right.
we're discussing.
All right, Avi, we're heading to Mrs. Bellicos's room.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Good luck, team.
yeah, you could do that.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck to you too.
Good luck.
Touch my rabbits.
Hey, you guys, listen up.
Tell them I said hi.
Come over here.
Avi, you did very well.
Thank you. I tried my best, Durst.
Best of rest. Interesting.
David, I am not ready for this conversation, but my time is limited. You wanted to talk to me?
Perhaps we should walk ahead.
You said,
Yes.
you just said a few days ago about, come talk to you.
I must say, it's interesting to consider this entire time. Our backs were clear.
Okay.
So what were your thoughts on that?
Oh, well,
New students?
I think we did the best we could considering the impromptu tactics planning. As you mentioned, lack of cohesion definitely was a major flaw there. I'm just very surprised that we didn't watch our backs.
You missed the entire thing.
Yes.
I think in a real situation, that could go badly.
Yes.
We're going to go
Well,
forward a bit.
I believe that's why we're here at the school, to learn these important lessons.
Indeed.
No, that's right. And I believe the cohesion problem will be fixed over time as the students learn to work together as a team.
Of course. Then all in all, I think that was a success.
Christopher, I'm sorry you missed the exercise.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, the new Chancellor wanted to speak with me personally.
I see.
It is unfortunate, but unavoidable.
I'm just going to teleport to the main building.
Would you recommend that?
Yes,
I wouldn't.
I've been getting... Why?
I don't. You're talking about the teleporter, right?
Yes.
It makes you sick.
Yes, a little easy, but nothing I can't handle.
I wouldn't recommend it if you haven't.
Yeah, they said once is the limit to start with, so I think I'll walk. Thank you for the reminder, Abby.
I've been walking this entire. No problem. I've been walking this entire time, and if anything, it's good exercise.
True, we've got to keep that form. Definitely needed if you're being chased around by boars.
Yep. So, where are you from? I'm gonna assume Droza, due to your pale skin?
Of course, you are absolutely correct there. Perhaps the Dragonkin features gave it away too, of course. Please don't catch on.
Right.
Yes.
Though we do have a Dragonkin here that isn't from Droza.
Ah, yes,
funny enough.
Tenebris, correct?
Ah.
Tenebris?
But
Tenebris,
I
not
can
Tenebris. My bad.
Though that is a fun way to say it.
Tenebris, almost as if he's got 10 knees,
Yeah, I've always thought about, like, if he has a bunch of siblings, would his younger sibling be called Ninebris?
Well, you're all quite funny. I've got good wits about you.
That I remind you of him.
You think I'm funny?
Yes, that was a pretty witty joke, honestly. Oh my. You are quite the reactioner, aren't you?
I like to say excited and enthusiastic.
Perfect words.
I'm not going to accept any invitations into.
Is this better?
Yes, much.
Tenebris and David are still talking outside.
Yes.
That's why I took.
We'll let them speak.
Let's go check.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Internal magic.
Knock knock.
I do think you would make a good addition. I'm sorry for being.
Thank you.
The way I am.
I haven't got a full.
Well.
Look at this room.
I've only been in here once.
Let's see.
It doesn't take a week, Tenebris. That's personal advice. I lost my sister.
Interesting.
This year. I'm still not.
To think illusions could cause pain, even if not real, still stings a bit.
I understand. But it will take a while.
What do you think would happen if I mix these two together?
Nothing
I
good.
would do that. I would put them down.
Don't mess with her passions.
Although, it would be fun to see. Never mind.
As interesting as the effects might be, I do believe Miss Bellicosa might cut off your tail for such a thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I would not mess around with her potions or any of her ingredients without her say so.
Gotcha.
Oh.
I like my tail.
Illusions have the ability to manifest in the world, just as a creature you're mimicking. Breathe, think, and smell. Why smell? Why does an illusion need to smell? Smell.
Can I read this out loud?
More than open to.
Coffee, do be careful.
Illusion magic. When one has properly trained
Some of these
and their power
words are
level is sufficient
large.
enough, they may be able to create, shape, and manipulate illusions. These illusions become more accurate and detailed the more prana and physical power the magical user has. Illusions have the ability to manifest in the world just as the creature you are mimicking. They will breathe, think, and smell without even existing. You will be able to touch them and they will be able to touch your back. However, this being said cannot cause you any real harm, only small and quick sensations. In order to create an illusion, you must first channel your surroundings with your mind and prana or mana within yourself. Once the link between the things is stable, the magic user is then able to begin creating the illusions from the mental images held within the mind. The next step is considered to be the most important. When your illusion is fully formed, you must make the connection to it. This is why it's important that only powerful magic users perform the spell. An illusion with no owner is dangerous. Then finally, it is yours to command.
Illusion with no owner.
Interesting.
An illusion with no owner is dangerous. How so?
Illusions can exist without a user?
It almost seems as if this type of illusion is more than just bending light.
It's almost like giving it life.
Yes.
But how is it able... That's worrying.
Well,
Is it perhaps
it's divine magic.
play on the mind?
Divine magic is quite something.
Yeah. It is the power of creation, life, over souls.
Is illusion magic more based on the mind, or just, you know, using the environment to kind of trick your opponent?
I'd think either way,
think
considering
divine
what we've
magic
seen
is-
today.
Yeah.
I'm
Seems to
pretty
be
sure
a
divine
broad
magic
umbrella.
Indeed.
is something within yourself, and external magic would be using the environment.
Yes.
I wonder if illusional magic comes in different
Only
varieties
destroy.
then.
So what I'm doing...
Like an occult illusion magic or something like that.
I'm not sure that would be something that'd be possible. Occult magic takes away, it destroys, it erases, it rots.
It could technically destroy the mind, can it? As dark.
Well, yes, but
because
that's just
that
called killing
images-
somebody.
Okay.
Stab them in the heart, they're dead either way. Just
point.
saying, of course.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Maybe immediate medical attention. Like if you stabbed them and then you regretted it.
You regret it?
Immediate?
I'm
Well,
sorry.
hopefully you wanna stab somebody.
I'm regret stabbing someone.
Okay,
Well,
okay,
just
what
like
if
when some of
someone
us-
stabs you in the heart and then they're quickly dealt with and they start performing immediate medical attention?
That could be a possibility.
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
Always
Like,
thinking
what if I
about
was
how to
all
save
saying
people.
oops, Tenebrous, I stabbed you. You know, then I would want to perform immediate medical attention.
But why would you stab him in the first
I'm
place?
beginning to see how silly that. I'm beginning to see how silly that analogy was.
Yes.
Why would you be holding a knife like that in the first place? Maybe you just did it out of spite and you didn't mean it to go that far.
Well, I will say one thing. Doesn't help to be well, it does help to be prepared. Perhaps you're nearby while someone's being stabbed.
Resistance. God damn it.
More to think about for him, yeah?
I have seen somebody accidentally get stabbed once, to be
Oh.
honest. Yes, one of the maids.
The maid?
The new chef was holding it. Yes. New chef was holding his knife like this to wash it. And he was walking. Maid walked by into the kitchen, cut her in the leg.
Oh, goodness.
Were you all
Oh.
told to wait here?
Yes.
Majority of students are already at the arena.
We've already...
We finished at the arena.
Never mind then.
Yes.
Just ensuring.
Of course, ma'am.
She scares me.
She scares me.
We should head back.
Like her.
She's
Well,
very
I
interesting.
think we have the rest of the day to ourselves. But
Yeah.
I'm personally going to head back to the arena and like to see how the rest of the teams fare.
I would be interested, definitely.
And
that
just
like? Oh dear.
to sharpen the weapons.
I think that might be a
before
stream
the
issue.
day is over. I believe those are chores.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Of course.
Also, Mr. Viatorum? Would you
yes,
like to say?
Isaac?
Would just like to say you're a credit to your squad. You did very well out there.
Thank you. I don't want to make any more mistakes.
I believe you're on the right path.
Oh my god, frames. Jeez.
I also would like to go to the arena and cheer everyone on.
Alright. I guess we're all dismissed.
Indeed.
You're welcome to join us, but you are free to go about your day. As captain. So, I'm gonna get going.
Strange, there's some areas that drop me to like 1 frame. It's I'll walk.
Not going to take the teleport.
No, I was told that more than one use for new students can cause quite the queasiness. Would you recommend it?
That is a recommendation. You don't have to.
And I think they really need me there. Stay here.
If you are new to teleports, I would not recommend it. But again, recommendation. If you do not wish to. It's quite a run over that way, but it is the elevated platform with the statues out front.
I see.
It is the arena.
Well, won't get anywhere if I don't try. Oh boy.
We don't want anyone getting in trouble now.
Oh dear.
You're okay?
Yep, fine. Absolutely fine. Just going to walk to the arena. That's right. No problems here.
If you need someone to lean on, I'm right here.
Of course, I would appreciate that. Although, you know, it's important to be able to hold yourself. Although I suppose it's appreciated for now. Very well. Just for this time being.
Yes.
Well, let's go. Well,
You did fairly well in the event today as well.
Yes, I was assisting with the Boar, actually. Oh, sorry, of course you said I did well. My apologies, I misheard. Yes, you did well too. I was quite surprised, actually, despite everyone being relatively new to this. I think we all pulled together rather well. Probably would have been a few deaths in a real situation.
The last time we had an event like this was when it was my first day here.
I see.
It was when we first got our teams, and we had to do an illusion. We had to deal with an illusion as well. A rift piece.
More illusion seems to be a popular method for teaching.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Right. I think this will clear up soon, hopefully. Otherwise I'm going to be sitting down watching the arena with an upset stomach.
It doesn't take long after your first few trips with the teleporter.
Good.
You should be fine.
I think internal is the only thing that even have a modicum of a chance of
Did
sort
you
of standing.
just did you just finish the Boar? Did it go well?
Yeah, I did. I think there's still one more team left to do it.
Good, just in time. Yes, fine. Teleporter mishap, that's all.
He just went on this.
Oh, yes, yeah. You might want to take it easy on the teleporters just for a little bit, you know. Don't use it too much.
Yes, well, when the one of the professors themselves recommends it for you, you don't really have much choice, do you? Expectations, they said.
Yeah. Let's take a few deep breaths and take it easy for a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'll
In a few minutes.
chill on out. Indeed. Well, enjoy the illusion display. It's quite interesting.
We will. All right. See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
How'd you guys do that?
Thank you for the hand, by the way. It's appreciated.
Of course, of course. We're all here to help each other get to one specific goal.
Of course, to be a soldier, apparently.
Yeah.
I am here. Nothing definitely did not happen to me. Don't worry.
Well, here we are. Final steps.
Let's see what else.
One improvement is that they're keeping eyes on both boars. Other teams just left their backs open to all the others.
It's not even a real animal.
We need some sense.
Bellicose just allowed it.
It is a real animal.
I can't find
Well, at least
Cecilia.
they do seem to have.
Oh,
a
it very
line
much is
going
not.
Oh, yeah. They got a weak spot over there they could use with.
That good.
But yes,
I was about to say they could do with blocking it up.
If you want my honest
Mind
opinion.
you, we had a lot of open spots as well, but we had few numbers and we had to do what we can. Hey, the ball's just not moving anymore. Lyra's going in again. I think she might be trying to do the same thing.
Oh.
No? Okay, well it's in the corner. Now they should be able to push their way in. Oh, where did it go?
They're just letting it run circles. They're not actively moving against it. Too passive. They're not taking the initiative.
Ryan, I have a feeling you're going to have a lot of work ahead of you.
Exactly.
They're not advancing.
Some do show potential, some don't.
Come on, lure it in.
It's unfortunate. They even got to see
I
us
just
go.
watched one of them nearly get bowled over.
They're doing a
while the
great
rest of
job.
the team
Yeah.
was gone.
Not.
Are they
I meant of group 2. Group 2 had potential.
Are they having us doing? Lyra's doing the same thing again.
Yes, this one.
Having some way of animals.
This one
Look,
needs
it's
some
slowly getting in there,
modification.
and now Abdel's. I guess they distracted it, and now Abdel's grabbed onto it, and now they're going in, and now they're. So it looks like they do have some sort of plan.
Would be
Peaceful resolution.
Can't they get someone else to open up that cage and put it in?
Well, yes, they're taking it rather far.
Yeah, there's a cage right there. But they're getting it done at least.
Seems everything hinged on Lyra, though.
If Lyra wasn't there, then everything falls apart.
Yeah, she carried the whole thing.
They could have relied on everything.
The first one was the most sloppy. Second one.
Which impressive for Lyra, but
The formation was
this is a team building exercise.
flying wrong in the first place. And the third one was probably the most broken. They couldn't have
They
formed back
started
together.
out with the formation, but they didn't get it back. Unfortunately.
Apparently, there's gonna be a fourth group with Lumen.
Yes, I did.
Another thing that I could have taken advantage was I could have taken advantage of saying that Team Terror take back while you could ban Team Stella. Because saying certain names is too long, but a team name that's easier to say and gets more information across.
Yeah. Also, during it, we were more rules than teams.
I hope the boys at least enjoyed the food I ate them.
Good job, Lyra. What? The other one.
So they went with the food and
I just thought
I'm honestly surprised they pulled it off.
I just thought maybe anyone would want some food, you know?
I mean, if it works.
Interesting method.
No expert, I'm not gonna say anything.
I would like to say this demonstration shows a better side.
Feel free to speak your mind.
Well, I mean, it worked, so I guess it wasn't entirely folly to do so.
It worked, but it was dirty.
What if you, I don't know, for example, were to get gored by the boar while you're trying to feed it? That'd be an entirely different problem.
Extremely well.
I'll be honest, if they were able to actually injure us, I probably would have taken a good hit.
Myself too. I did,
I probably would have had a broken ankle.
My leg would have been certainly bleeding from a couple of bites.
Hedging their bets on one single student bringing the boars food.
But you know, pain is something that's only temporary.
Apologies for my absence.
I suppose that's true.
You missed the, I believe, the third. It was messy, but they completed the task.
No, I saw the last half of it.
That is good to know that she's going to be an issue.
It was,
We missed the second team, which is unfortunate.
It was, kind of fun to see it and not be in the midst of it.
We wanted to be able to bring in this morning.
I think I learned a lot.
So what were your thoughts on that?
I thought that, well, from what I saw, I came in around about halfway. The method to try and, of course, garner the boar's attention with feed, while it could work, is very risky, putting one person at risk. While I think it might prove effective, if you're looking to sacrifice someone, could involve an untimely death. So I believe at least grouping or being prepared with more behind them would alleviate that problem, perhaps. The response was slow, and I'm not really one for group tactics, so I can't say any more, I'm afraid. But it was
And it seemed like their formation was all over the place towards the end. Most of the people stayed towards the middle, I saw.
Of course.
Is the final team just the three?
Just free.
Oh.
The one who talked back to me.
I wonder if that is their punishment?
Maybe.
You know, it's very
What's his
incredible
name?
how the
Byron?
orange-haired one. How
I believe that was the name shouted out.
I could agree with you. Talks back to me behind my back. Talks back to me to my face, multiple times. So much as saying that I
Quite
can't
a ruckus
understand
behind
what
us.
he's going through. I can't understand.
I bet,
how
yes.
to deal with these people.
There was one now wanting to talk about their weakness. In that team, they were like, they were wanting to go immediately back when I've been.
Face tracker is so annoying. Gonna hit it with my controllers constantly.
Trying to get them to admit their weaknesses.
We will see how quickly they fall apart, and hopefully.
Wait a second.
And there goes my bet.
Where's the other team?
I believe it's just them.
It's just
Wait, but where's Grim?
Thank you.
I believe
Where's Sagura?
Outside.
Unless she asks for it, I don't understand
Is this their punishment to try and get
Don't.
one boy in on their own?
What on earth do these mean?
Small one.
Sigils, maybe?
Don't know her name.
No, that's silly.
I believe they are team formation suggestions.
Oh. Team formations. So that would mean these are individuals, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, she went through the shield.
Strange. It doesn't say who would be ideal where. You would think those with...
Well, that would be decided within the teams themselves.
That is true, but from my understanding, of course, with offenses, supports, and defenses, to have your supports at the front, a defense here, and then your offenses at the back would, of course, be folly. So, or perhaps they just mean to say that we should probably understand that in the first place.
Yes. It would seem to be common knowledge to not put your last line of defense in the front.
Of course. But I do believe there are a few that would still do that. Many people fall to reckless mistakes.
Leading them to their own death.
Indeed. And I think we can both agree that that is very stupid.
Of course.
And honestly, I dare say, quite funny. You think people in power would order a group of soldiers to run off to their deaths in a bad formation? I do.
Smarter than what happened last time. At least there
This
is
is the smartest plan yet.
of a plan.
Pardon? Sorry, it appears I lost my hearing momentarily.
Not to worry. Of course, a lot of noise in the arena, especially with that boar. I was saying that it's interesting to think that perhaps people in power themselves would be folly to make the mistake of sending in a group of soldiers in incorrect formations. But I'm sure it happens.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I remember, Mr. Deshane, yes, he introduced you, but I'm afraid I'm a little short on the memory of names. I've had a lot subjected to me today, including, I dare say, a very angry illusory boar. So, if I may kindly ask your name again?
Alice.
Alice. I see. Well,
Yours?
Yes, I am Tel'Kahras, or just Tel, if that's easier for you.
Of course.
It's a pleasure.
Where's the fourth one, though?
You
Well, had one
said
ran
that
on
shield of yours, you've only had it for a few days?
We have our answer there.
Yes, it was gifted to me by our previous team leader.
Ah, I see. I do remember at the announcement hall there was a little bit of an issue there where they called out for a leader and it was said there was none, and then there was one claiming that, so... Interesting.
Well, Isaac wants to be the next team leader, but we have not officially decided on a new team leader, as we have only been without one for a few days. And of course, something to be discussed.
I see. That makes sense. But don't you think someone stepping forward to take that role
Thank God it is.
kind of shows himself as the leader to professors themselves?
Their previous encounters.
He is not the only one in our team who has stepped forward.
Past his capture,
Oh.
even if it's just one.
And who else
Don't
might
worry,
that be?
I'm sure before next time, I'll be outvoted. But the rest of the team wanted you on the team. I was not averse to it, and Sorley wasn't making a vote, so I had to step up if we were to have you on Team Stella.
I'm sure the Chancellor would have understood that we don't have a team leader at the current time, but I understand your thinking.
Well, don't worry, as a part of Team Stella, I'll easily be outvoted. I know none of the rest of you like me. That's fine.
Actually, I've not made my decision on you, but it appears as though I have given you reason to dislike me, as you seemed opposed to the idea of me being part of this team to begin with.
No, I was opposed to the idea of Soren pulling you onto the team without discussing it with the rest of the team.
Oh my god, they're arguing.
That does seem to be a problem.
This is
Well,
awkward.
I do hope that I can
Connect the dots,
Wait.
Tel, connect the dots.
your opinion of me in a positive light
Formations.
at some point.
Shields in front. Support here?
I have no
Or support
problems
here
with
and
you.
offense here?
You seem to have a good head on your shoulders at least. You did well during the
They're
exercise.
complimenting each other now. Okay.
I definitely believe you will help.
Thank you.
I believe Team Stella is better with your.
Thank you very much. That means a lot.
I must apologize, but I have to get back to my room. It was a long trip, for sure.
Well, I do believe for the rest of us, we need to get done our chore for the day. Just doing a little bit of gardening, watering the plants.
After dark, I will accompany you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Would you like me to go with you?
Thank you, ma'am.
It's quite alright. Yes.
Am I to be with you for these chores? I'm unsure. As a Escorted.
You are
Yes,
welcome
you
to
are-
join if you'd like.
So yes.
Very well. Very well. Okay.
Thank you.
Alright.
If you excuse me, I've used a lot of my prana, so
To the gardens
feeling
in
quite
the main building, then.
Of course.
Yes.
I shall.
Well, they're only team with a slot. I went for Ignis, and there's one at the back there.
I'll take you there now.
Coming in like, oh, I know who I am. I'm sure you'll have me on. Didn't even get my chance to butt in. So here I am.
Alright, so letting you know, we're heading for the main building for our chores.
Team full of arguments and misunderstandings, it would seem.
Well done, students. You are dismissed if you did not yet know.
Thank you, Mum.
Thank you.
Well, it's easy to say
Isaac.
now the 50th time.
Yes, ma'am.
Meet me in my classroom in around 5 minutes.
Of course, ma'am. Need to get our chores done quickly.
What did you think?
As I said to the other professors, the first one was the most sloppy. Second one, the worst formation, the worst planning.
Something new every day.
I would have to say. The third one, the most broken. They could never.
You know, bananas are technically a berry.
Well, interesting information.
It's in this book all about bananas and plantains. No, but I enjoy it.
I feel like I'm completely unable to speak behind the counselor. That's fantastic. That awkward moment when they call you sloppy and you can't even talk about it. Oh.
Hmm?
What are you? Weird bird. Oh. Not again. Walking I go. Yes. I think I learnt my lesson last time after the Chancellor recommended I do take it.
That gets easier.
The walk isn't that bad anyway, it would seem.
No.
Sorry.
Alright.
Impressive sight. So, we have Isaac Deldro Deshane. Soren Frost. I should follow along before I lose my way. Soren Frost. Never met them.
You're supposed to be
What do you
accompanied by a teacher at night.
Indeed you will. Do not let it happen again. Come.
Did I miss something?
You are to be accompanied by a teacher at night.
Oh, I see.
Which means you should take the teleporter next time.
Yes. That's, I have to get used to it.
Take up your time. Alright. Would you like to grab a room, give a quick brush?
Room brush, yes, yes. Just like the roofs on Drosa.
I almost tripped on the carpet, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I'm probably mostly just focus on the area by the beds.
By the beds? Alright.
I think I did. I'm okay though.
That's where the extra soil would be.
Of course. Ah, yes.
Christopher, do you want to get them all watered?
Yes.
Well. Effort. Effort. Pointless effort. Well, I suppose it's worse for some. Got to be a better way of doing this. Does he do it with one arm?
Just make a pile there.
Yes, that's probably best.
Right, probably another pile with you too.
Yes, that's definitely the way to go. You know, what I didn't expect was to be sweeping soil when I read that letter, but could be worse, of course.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's to help build camaraderie with teams.
I see.
Also, it helps make the school a bit of our own, you know?
True. It's certainly a way to get attached to your work. And I suppose it gives you something to bond over while complaining about.
Yes. I do not like doing this. I will admit that easily.
Yes, well, I must say I'm quite impressed by how you manage.
It's not comfortable, that's for fucking sure.
Oh.
Alright. Probably have you to get a bin.
Yes.
I'll brush it in there.
Bin.
I think they're in that little chest.
Alright.
I have been thinking about going to the library.
Look.
Like going at least once a day.
Yeah, if you ever want to go to the library,
Open.
let me know. We can read on things together.
Ah, yes.
I would. Give me a good tip on magic anyway.
It will do, I think. Alright. Sweep it up.
Forgotten about those ones.
Okay.
I can handle those ones if I like.
Interesting, way of collecting it. Back in Drosa, we used to just kind of put it to the side and let the wind blow it away.
If you wouldn't mind holding
Yep.
it.
Alright.
And of course, man.
One more.
Yes, if you are.
One more.
We should be able to fit it in. There we go. Sweeping in the dirt. Alright.
There we go.
Lovely. Let's just tie this up.
Be careful of water.
It's really uncomfortable.
Yes. And dirt is quite heavy. Where does this go?
I don't know.
Oh.
Off to the side for now, I guess.
Yeah, that'll do. Alright.
Watering it.
Alright.
The barrels.
And
I don't know.
Do you believe that's safe?
dirt.
Alright.
Exactly
You
where it needs to be.
wanna go straight there, or do you wanna go to the library first?
Invisible dirt. Oh, yeah,
Good.
took my blue. Thank you.
Yes.
Lovely.
Okay, we can stop at the library quick, show you that, and then we can take you to the we have
Alright, I
very
think
nice
those two have that.
bedroom set up.
What
We-
else?
We should
Actually, you
find
won't
a
be
professor to
you won't be
bring us
sleeping there
back
anymore,
to
will you?
dorms. Or the
No, I'll be sleeping with Team
Unsorted.
Ignis now.
Yes, the warehouse.
Hi.
That should be good now.
Should be entertaining.
Alright. Thank you. That should be all. I'll take the ladder.
Alright.
Okay.
Well, it's very nice to make your acquaintance today.
Of course. You too.
Is everything well?
Pleasure. I look forward to future conversations, and of course, excellent job with the boar.
Thank you, yourself as well.
Thank you.
I believe we all did excellently.
Yes, could certainly say so.
Alright.
Anything, I think I've seen a lot of effort. And I think that's what I'll need to do from now on. Right.
New student.
Yes.
What is your name?
Tel'Kahras Faermorn, ma'am.
Tel'Kahras. Do you know where you'll be staying?
I've been informed it's the warehouse, ma'am.
I will guide you there. The rest of you, I trust you can make it to your own dorms.
Yes, ma'am.
And you will be with Bellicosa momentarily. I need not worry. Make it right away to your dorms. Do you understand?
Come with me. I hope you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on.
Have a good night, all.
Watch where you are going.
You as well, Tel.
Thank you.
I'm going to teleport with you. You may
Do you
stay.
wish to walk or teleport?
I'll only be a few
Well, by your recommendation previously, ma'am, I did take the teleport, and I believe it is not within my capabilities currently to manage a third time. So I'm afraid to
That's
disappoint
fair
you.
enough. That is alright. I prefer the nighttime. I can actually see.
Ah, of course.
been willing to accept new magic.
Certainly is something about the night sky. And this, field that surrounds the academy. What is that exactly?
Yes. The barrier is intended to ensure our safety. Will let us know if anything crosses it and will stop most things from crossing it.
I see. By most things, I suppose there are a few, perhaps dangerous things that could make it through.
Possibly. Most of the dangerous things within this barrier have lived here long before. Well, have lived here the entire time it's been up, and have been trapped within.
I see.
But other things that are small enough, fish, rabbits, those can cross through.
Perfect for
Big threats.
livestock.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings, professors.
But yes, it protects us from most, but always good to keep a careful eye out.
Indeed. I believe in your speech earlier you chastised the current student body for handling of... what was it? Being a hero, you said?
Yes. They're here to be soldiers, not heroes. I've seen many people make the mistake of trying to become heroes and die for it.
Well, if I say so myself, I don't think I have any intention of dying soon.
Well, good. The Academy has made a worthy investment.
I'd hope so. And this warehouse, the students there, they're all unsorted, of course. Are there beds? I have not seen it yet.
Yes, there are. They are
Okay.
crude, albeit, but they are temporary.
Well,
Until you're sorted into a team.
I suppose I've made do with worse, so it's all good. Beds and boxes sure beat streets.
Does indeed.
You know, if I may say, there was quite a lot of speculation among the students that I found upon entering the academy. One in particular did make mention of pirate raids, in fact.
Yes. There are things out there threatening our supplies beyond our barrier. And we intend to take care of them as soon as possible.
I see. And as students arriving, of course, I'm absolutely sure we'll put under the utmost professional protection. But there was still a chance that said pirate raiders could have taken a ship full of upcoming students.
Keep in mind, sir, that ship was also full of extremely able-bodied professors.
Of course, that is very true. I do understand we're in good
took
hands.
Precautions.
Of course.
We were aware of the scenario. That's why we didn't send you separately. Or send anybody separately.
I see.
I believe this is it. Or there are many other unsorted in there who are able to guide you to where you need to go.
Very well. Thank you for escorting me, Chancellor.
Of course.
Then I look forward to your speech tomorrow, Mum, if you were to give one. Thank you. All right.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to you yet.
No.
I'm Tiana.
Greetings, Tiana. I am Tel'Kahras Faermorn, or just call me Tel. Everyone seems to be doing that recently. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, Tel'Kahras. Just a fair warning to you.
Yes.
Don't touch the rabbits back there.
First of all, is the rabbits back there? And second of all, why should I not touch them?
I mean, preferably not. We just caught them about last week, and we're going to be breeding them. For right now, they're still settling in.
I see. Sleeping. And this breeding, I'm assuming it's not for pleasure, it's for food?
Indeed.
That's interesting. And may I ask, was this a deliberate choice, or perhaps was it people wanted to keep the rabbits because they were cute. I mean, look at them.
The student named Avi is the one that decided to catch the first rabbit and said he wanted to breed them. And then I just said, hey, you want to follow me? And the other rabbit followed, so now we're going to breed them.
I see. Well...
Because that apparently works.
Rabbits.
So I'm going to assume you haven't been in here yet.
No, not at all. Actually, I'm quite surprised there's bladed weapons in here. Or are they fake?
No, they're quite real.
Oh.
This is the warehouse where they keep all their things that they don't want to be seen. So that's why all the unsorted students are in here. It's also a motive to hurry and get picked so you can actually sleep in a proper bed.
I see. Don't want to be seen, and we unsorted something so unsightly to them?
I suppose so. I mean, that's why they're so desperate to get everyone into teams. Also, don't sleep on that one. Avi will actually have a fit.
Ah, Avi. Yes, I see. Understood. I'll make sure not to. Oh. Not to worry, just a strange body convulsion happens sometimes. Teleporter accident.
Oh, yeah. See all the time.
Yes. Well, regardless, the fact that they apparently view us unsorted like that is quite surprising considering the words I had with the Chancellor. They, seem to view us all quite in high spirits, outside of those they scolded for being heroes, of course.
Well, you'll find that the words that they may say to the students are usually laced with some form of poison. If you understand what I mean.
Laced with poison. Sure, so keep my eye out on what everyone's saying, watch what they're doing, and be very careful. That sounds just like the life I've been living, so no difference there, apart from now I have a warehouse and a bed, and... decent people, I think. Seem decent yourself. Nice of you to warn me, of course.
Some people are decent. Some are ignorant. Some are not quite. And so... And all of them are hiding secrets.
I see.
But that's to be expected with the collective that they have here. Everyone's been affected by the prior events in some way, shape, or form.
Those prior events being death, I presume? The ones I've heard about?
What happened 10 years ago?
Oh, 10
the
years
rifts.
ago. Ah, yes, rifts. Devouring,
Yes,
all this and that.
Where the fuck did it go? Never mind. Nothing.
Okay, not to worry. Well, this place is certainly something, I'll give it that. One moment you've got students telling you everything's wrong, the next you've got an excitable bunch, and then, surprisingly, you even seem to have professors who argue with each other.
Yeah, and who seem to be unable to communicate with each other and give conflicting orders. I mean, that's why 3 students are already dead.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, from what I've seen today, it seems that certain teams seem to have small miscalculations of each other and how they see each other, as nice as they are.
Well, I would say all the teams have that. Every team has their own drama that's going on, their own little problems. It's just a matter of which one you're willing to deal with.
Well, preferably the one that doesn't get me stabbed in the back by someone because they hate me. That sounds like a pretty good idea of a team to me.
I'd say you're probably fine for now. This place is, the best way to put it, a hidden dagger.
I see.
But I'm sure you'll be fine, because if anything, this academy holds potential. I mean, that's why a lot of us are here. They say they want soldiers, but that's not quite the truth.
And what would you say the truth is?
Well, soldiers don't think. They simply do what they're told, yet they said that soldiers are cunning. That doesn't quite fit in the picture. What they're asking for are people with power. People that hold loyalty towards this place, so when they're called upon, they'll act.
I see, so...
The only way they'll accomplish their goals is if they have the power, the connections, the resources. I mean, why do you think they have a baron here? Or Little Miss Princess?
Political plays, huh? That's... rather droll, but I suppose everyone's got to do it at some point when you're in powerful positions.
Indeed.
Well, as long as I've got food and a bed, it's all right with me.
What's your goal for being here? If you do not mind me asking, of course.
My goal. I'm the first person who's asked. Everyone else asks the name and talks about where I'm from, and that's about it. Well, to be honest with you, my goal... mastery of my own magic, of course. And, if I must say, perhaps just the right amount of knowledge. In a certain area, of course. I'm not privy to say openly.
And what do you think your desire is?
My desire? Oh, that's an interesting one. You know, a man or a woman can have many desires, but they always seem to be in flux, I've found. From those I've spoken to, or, well, from those who have failed. What I've seen, anyways. So, I'd likely say that, right now, my desire is food I can trust that will fill me up, a comfortable roof to sleep under, and, finally, maybe some useful people who could watch my back, while I watch theirs.
Well, I'm sure that you'll be able to find the right people to make connections with while here. You seem aware enough of the situation and have charisma.
Yes, well, when everyone's saying it off the tip of their tongues, it's quite obvious. Especially when you want to get the Chancellor's opinion off it, too. Always
It's
interesting.
surprising how loose-lipped the people here are.
Indeed. But perhaps being so open can breed a sense of, what's the word they use? Commodity. I'm not sure. I think one's to do with money, and the other's to do with working together. So, whichever one that is. Well...
Well, it was a pleasure again to know you, and I would enjoy many more conversations with you at a later date and point.
Likewise. Are there...
Hey,
yes.
if you learn anything, you could talk to me about it, and I could, in turn, do the same.
Want
Quite a lot of
anything
secrets about this place.
Secrets can be useful, that's for sure. Very well, I must say,
Especially dangerous secret.
Oh. Interesting. Very well, I'll keep you in mind, should a need arise for such a thing. And of course, you're welcome to come and chat, frolic, whatever you want, with me about whatever topic you decide.
Of course. Good night. I should be heading back to my new dog.
Of course. Congratulations.
Indeed.
Have a good sleep now. Oh. And make sure the counselor or the professor doesn't see you on the way. They're rather strict on that right now, from what I could tell.
Of course.
Right. Well. Interesting.
Well, I apologize to leave
There's definitely some mischievous people about here.
By the way, but I will have to see to the Ventus getting back. Tiana.
Oh, I hear someone.
What's good?
Actually, I have something for you. Reaches into his pocket. He holds a small jar of honey.
Oh shit. Thank you.
Did a little bit of an excursion outside the barrier for you.
Well, where do I choose to sleep? Probably somewhere where no one can actually look at me. Defensive. 3 angles of attack? No, not good enough. A corner. Yes, perfect. From here. Perhaps if this barrel was moved up. A hay bale? I think that's hay. Moved here. Comfortable enough indeed. That way everyone will wonder where the hell I've come from. And no one can stab me in my sleep. Perfect. Alright then. Let's see. These are gonna be heavy, aren't they? Maybe I should just take a bunch for myself. Oh. This is going to be a long process, isn't it, Del? Oh boy, the things you do for safety. Next. 2 more lots should probably do it, I think. Oh boy. Yeah, guys, let's move the imaginary hay together. True power. Wow. And... one more. Surprisingly quiet here. I see one. Maybe I should hide my act. Alright, they don't see me. Jump over here. Okay. Perhaps one of these. They can totally see me, can't they? Maybe now's a good time to just hide on back. Pull in the wings a little bit, Tel. I can see them sticking out. Alright. Can't let them know. Maybe around the side. If they know where I sleep, they're free to stab me. Okay, and now we'll just rise on up in a nice fashion, and they won't expect a thing. Whoa-wee. Let's go greet the other newbie, shall we?
it was never one for green and yellow.
Well, I think that's all of them. Drat. Oh well. Maybe I can get close. Yes?
Instead of using the beds, I'd recommend the couch downstairs.
The
More
couch?
comfortable.
Is that free?
Yes.
I see.
I used to sleep in it.
Oh,
Once the teachers are out of the way, I will probably be.
then in that case, thank you very much for letting me know this. I think I'll claim that now. Maybe drop something on it to show it's mine, otherwise someone else is surely just going to lie down on it.
Well, the original Unsorted, I know they won't touch it as they believed it to be mine. They see you on it, and you tell them that I allowed you to sleep on it, then I'm sure they won't have a problem. More the new students you have to worry about.
I see. Well, I'm sure I can assert my dominance over them in some way. Although I prefer not to. The kind gesture of yours,
Perhaps
thank
try
you.
to befriend them.
Befriend? Yes. Definitely, they seem like the friendly sort.
I know where you're coming from, not being the social type. Before coming here, I had not really spoken to another person outside of my immediate family.
I
For
see.
longer than a few minutes at a time.
I never really was much of a serious talker, I think, but talking to people can be very useful. Learning about them, on the other hand, outside of, what's the best way to say it? More, co-worker relationship, perhaps? Yes. Learning about them outside of that was never of any interest to me before. But I think to survive here, I'm going to have to make some friendships, that's for sure.
Of course, especially if you want to not be sleeping here. It's just finding a team that you resonate with and trying to show off your skills as much as possible.
Of course.
So that you can be accepted onto a team quickly.
Well, that's some good advice, sir. And showing off these skills, any particular tips you could give? Best things to show how to impress? After all, you're someone who once was unsorted and now you're a proud team member.
Well, I had it easy. I have a sword. And a capability for divine magic. So, apparently I was a hot item, as you might call it.
I see. That's interesting.
I was the first to be sorted, actually.
Well,
Perhaps if you show off your skills with that weapon, you'll be more likely to be sorted. Do you have any magic capabilities?
I was actually trying to hold on to it for making quite a show, but that chance never arose today, you see. I'm a little partial to illusion magic, you see. Just like what was shown today with those boars. Not, of course, the summoning kind. That is far out of my league, but I'm sure anyone could say that about the professors. What I am able to do is, of course, a little bit of trickery here or there. Perhaps I'll... it's a good way to show it. I guess it wouldn't hurt. No one's
Before
really
you try
around.
to show it.
Yes. Yes. Professors.
Professors usually come in, so I'll stand by and watch.
Thank you. Then... I see there's someone over there. Perhaps behind here will do the job.
Should be alright.
You see, for now, it's only for a brief moment, and I usually use it to throw off my opponents. But, well, let's just say, I'm the kind of person to disappear without a trace. Of course, the problem is, it's only for a brief second, but it has its uses. What I've found
A
is...
second could be the difference between life and death.
Of course. And, while some might see it as something that could perhaps be used in combat, which, when applying, I saw as being perhaps what they would want me to use it for, I must admit with my previous lifestyle it's come more in use for, evading certain eyes. Perhaps you're seen walking a corner one moment, and you're not there the next, as you in fact quickly dashed the other way. Many opportunities come from losing someone's sight, even if just for a second.
Yes, of course. I use that to my advantage, although I don't have the advantage of disappearing for a brief moment. I actually have to wait until a person looks in a different direction before I get an opportunity to leave.
I see.
Although it's something you learn.
Yes, I'm sure it's, what's the best way to put it? Very useful for avoiding conversation.
Well, I did use it for that on my first few days. Although I realized I would never be sorted if I continued.
I see.
Not only that, but if you don't talk to others, if you are in any life or death situation, you'll know nothing about them, know nothing about their weaknesses, how reliable they are, their leadership skills.
Of course.
You'll be complete strangers that might bash each other's fighting styles.
That is true. So, a situational skill at best when it comes to, well, the social element. But, one thing for sure, it most definitely could have been of use today. You see, now that I think about it, those boars, as they were charging us down, if we'd have been a bit more cohesive, if we'd have, I don't know, shouted, yelled, taunted at them, led them instead of them, to a degree, leading us, it could have gone differently. Sorry, one sec. That's my track has just run out.
No. Away from it.
Amazing. Don't worry, you don't see anything. Couch is mine. Okay.
That's a way to claim, I suppose.
Yes. I have to claim it straight away.
Perhaps we should go stand down there.
Yes, that might be a good idea, actually. Continue this conversation in a moment. Well. Now I've got a reason to sleep on a couch when I wanted to be in a corner, nice and safe. Maybe I can move the couch into the corner. Oh, they'll know where I am. Damn it. Oh well.
Not comfortable. Why could you sleep in the box?
My audio's a bit broken. Right. Well.
It's more.
I guess I'll sit.
You just said it's not comfortable at all.
You're right. This is quite comfortable.
You said it. I heard it.
Well.
I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. That was a lie. I lied to you. I'm sorry.
As I was saying before.
Starting with the lies already? I see.
Good night.
Those boars, yes.
Have fun.
The skill to, perhaps, mislead them could have been very useful. For example, for one of us with the shields to be very loud and to just gain their attention on that spot. pull them in, and to break line of sight in just a moment for them to rush into the cage. No one's harmed, cage is pulled, dealt with in a brief moment. Could imagine 2 people could pull that off. There's smoother ways to do things, I think, than rambling around loudly. Although, that seems to be what they want you to do here, unfortunately.
Surprise me. You seem to be more tactical minded than the others.
Well, growing up around Drosa and having to make a life for yourself there kind of forces you to look at things in that way. Although I wouldn't say I'm a master of group tactics, perhaps more along the lines of misdirection. Well, eventful first day.
Yes. Well, at least you didn't come at a time where we were mourning students that have passed away.
Yes, I had heard of that, of course. I even spoke to the Chancellor a little bit about it. Chancellor, my apologies. But from what I understand, that's all out of the way now. Did that perhaps happen to some of the more, predecessors, I guess? Or my predecessors, after all, you, yourself, a couple of the others, whoever was offered a team role? Oh, hello.
Hello.
One thing I must say
Out
about
of
warehouses.
all of the...
Carry on.
Yes?
Well, I will say very quickly, one thing I'll say about warehouses, it's hard to have a private conversation.
Most definitely.
Yes. Oh well.
Hard to get any kind of privacy.
Indeed.
But then the dorms are lonely in comparison.
Well, I suppose there's nothing to stop you from visiting the warehouse. Well, of course, nighttime. Well, actually, I suppose there's nothing to stop you, if no one sees you, from visiting. Have a chat with the students. Perhaps scope out potential
Once I get my
candidates.
sorted uniform, it will be much more difficult to slip in here, as I will technically be out of my dorm and thus be breaking the rules.
That is very true.
Perhaps I shall keep my unsorted uniform.
I think that would be a most wonderful idea. Perhaps,
Until I get my new uniform, I shall be sleeping here. I promised some friends of mine that I would stay here until they all got sorted.
I see. Well, in that case, I believe the couch is yours.
I've already given it up to you.
You're welcome to have it.
I've slept in a rather comfy bed for the past few days, breaking my promise. So I believe sleeping in one of the uncomfortable beds upstairs is calmer.
I see. Well, if you view it as some sort of self-punishment, it might help with that feeling, perhaps. But in reality, I don't think there's anything wrong with sleeping on a comfortable couch. And I'd be a fool to give it up. But I believe there's definitely something in it for me if I let you sleep there instead until you're all sorted out. I've slept in much worse things than those uncomfortable beds. In fact, I don't think I was even planning on sleeping in one anyway.
This will not be a discussion that we had. We will be taking that couch.
My.
Either way, I will not be sleeping there, even if you sleep somewhere else.
You're stubborn.
So you might as well take my
That's
kind
good.
gesture and stay there.
Well, commanding, stubborn. Good qualities, but I think we should part midway. Neither of us take the couch tonight. And I'll have a lovely time yelling at someone if I see someone lying down on here tomorrow. We had an agreement, after all. And that was, the couch is mine, which means I can do with it as I please now. Is that not correct?
You are a very odd one.
Of course I am.
It's a shame. Our previous team leader specifically said we needed a support student. But I suppose if I become the support student...
Become support student. Well, they were very adamant you're stuck in your roles, but then again, I think this place has a lot of people defying expectations, whether they're going off and dying or arguing with each other even though they're professors. So I think that might be up for debate. Of course, after hearing a little bit in my past about, what is it, the ability to heal, I always thought it'd be very useful, in case I ever was injured, to be able to just heal my own wounds as I disappear away. That way there's no collateral damage. And, I suppose that works for everyone.
I suppose it would be good to have students with multiple classes. I suppose I sort of fall under all three at the current time, or at least working towards being at that point.
Well, if there's one thing in my nature, it's to achieve things in my own way. And I must say, the idea of standing with a shield in front of, I don't know, whoever's going to come charging at me, and just blocking that, and taking those blows, rather than doing something more, such as, I don't know, stabbing him in the back to begin with. Those kind of things seem like easy solutions to me. Of course, it doesn't hurt to have some defense, to sneak off or to disappear for a moment. But I believe the art of winning something without being seen, or perhaps even talking your way out of something, or your enemies into something, is much more desirable. So that's where I think I'll be sticking my nose anyway, improving that.
I'm currently trying to teach myself how to heal. And I know it would be a desirable trait if I came to the rest of my team with a student who's doing the same, but who also knew tactics and seemed to be rather good at disappearing.
Are you implying something here, perhaps? Could it be...
What do you believe?
Completely unsure, unaware. My brain frazzled, no idea. Of course I know, don't worry. Well, day one and a positive impression. Not too bad if I say so myself. I'll keep that in mind.
I'm just trying to put my foot in the door before any other team does.
Of course, and I'm sure they'll try to. Well, from my experience today, I do have one question regarding Team Stella, was it?
Yes.
Yes. I found it a little bit confusing for a moment. You see, Lumen, Stella, different names, similar colors for just the briefest of seconds. You guys must really blend in with each other if you're in the dark, that's for sure. But with Team Stella, one thing I must say. That misconception you had with Mr. Deshane, was it? That's how he'd like to call himself. Isaac, right, yes. With Isaac. He, seemed to think that everyone viewed him negatively. And perhaps even hated him. Yet you argued against that, and then he ended up complimenting you instead. It seems like there was some bad blood there that was perhaps entirely in your heads. Is that a common thing in Team Stella? Or is it merely just recent events have caused problems? Which I'm sure applies to every team.
Well, from what I've learned, apparently there seems to be bad blood between Team Stella, with at least one of each member.
I see.
To be the only one who hasn't really come across any reason to dislike any of them.
Well, I'm sure that will...
Currently, Isaac may not view me in the best light, as I am merely a threat to him, as I am also trying to become the next team leader. As it was our previous team leader's wish that he not become it, and I trusted his opinion.
I see. This previous team leader of yours, they weren't one of those who died, were they?
No, thankfully not. Still alive and well. It's just he found himself in an unfortunate circumstance and had to return home.
I see. Well, that is a shame. Well, not to worry. I believe that's answered my question quite well. In fact, if I may say so, I think a rivalry between yourself and Miss Isaac might be beneficial for both of your growth. Perhaps even a friendship, if I dare say.
Well, the only thing standing in the way of us forming some kind of friendship does seem to be said rivalry at the current time, so I'm currently trying to make him believe I am not a threat.
Well, I think perhaps what's best to focus on, if I've learnt anything from talking to merchants, is it's very important to have an equal footing. You can view each other as threats, that's absolutely fine. But if you think that either way the result will be positive, whether it's yourself or Isaac who's chosen, that is the best way to view things. When you barter on equal footing and on neutral terms, the playing field's all yours. Until you steal something, anyway.
Excuse me?
Sorry, don't worry. Don't worry. There was a angry merchant this one time. Don't really want to talk about it, actually. Don't worry, you know, past is the past and all. You have to learn your lesson somewhere. I'm not suggesting you steal
I
anything
believe
from
I can fill in the gaps for myself.
Well, I assure you, I am a reformed young man, and I will not be stealing unless it's beneficial for everyone, in a good way. And, of course, well, it's not really stealing then, is it?
Well, I suppose I should tell you this now, but you should definitely avoid getting into any trouble while you're unsorted, as punishments will go through the whole team, which means that you will become undesirable by all of the teams and thus be forced onto one, which I don't believe anyone would want that.
Of course, that does make sense. So, well, I never really planned on stealing anything anyway. It was more a case of learning and misdirection, hearing things. Not to worry. I won't get
If you would
caught
like
doing
something
it.
in your possession, it would be far better to manipulate someone into giving it to you willingly, rather than stealing it.
Yes, that does seem to be the way around things here. Talking and, well, getting what you want. In fact, there's one person in here, I'm unsure if they're around actually, so I'll lower my voice, who offered such a very thing to me. Of course, it was a very two-sided deal, as these things are, but I know for a fact that's all around this academy already.
A lot in this academy that goes unnoticed by the professors. Hopefully the new professors will stop that from happening. But I've heard quite a number of rumors. None of them good.
And if you could perhaps humor me to one, perhaps, out of curiosity, of course.
Well, one rumor being spread around is that Team Stella are actually meeting in secret. I'd like to tell you right now that, as far as I'm aware, that rumor is completely false. Team Stella seems to be very broken at the current moment, and it is definitely something that needs to be worked on. If we were meeting up, it would probably be at the dorms, and thus not in secret.
Yes, well, I suppose if you're all looking like you're apart, everyone who sees that is going to think you're all up to something.
Unfortunately, that's just how the team is, with the bad blood between everyone. It's rare to see us together.
I see. Well, that's quite problematic. I would love to see if the next time I spend time with your team that perhaps we're all a little bit closer.
Would be nice.
Yes. I must say, it was quite funny though. You had that little argument of yours, and I was sat there very awkwardly, and I just had to turn around and look at the oh, there we go. Look, dots, formations. Yes. Just kind of sat there, very, very awkward, you know. Oh, love it.
I've heard about awkward situations before, but I've only found myself really knowing of one in one circumstance. Others have been pointed out to me, and I did not realize they counted as being awkward.
Not aware of awkward situations?
Apparently not.
What was the one you did realize?
Earlier and I were, we found ourselves alone. It was before we really became acquainted properly.
Yes.
And I had realized she had an issue with Soren, our previous team leader. recruiting me without talking to the rest of them, so things were tense. But Soren left us alone to our devices, and we were uncertain of what to do. From the tenseness in her face and the fact we were alone, I could kind of tell that it was an awkward moment. Albeit I did not feel awkward.
Yes, I suppose that could be considered quite awkward. Although it's not that bad, really. This, Sorelia?
Sorelia.
Sorelia, okay. This Sorelia,
Sorelia.
Sorelia. That's quite a mouthful. Anyways, yes, this Sorelia.
Say that despite your name?
No, that's why I just say everyone can call me Tel. Tel's not a mouthful. Well, I guess it can be if it's on. But yes, anyways, I had the pleasure of walking with her from the arena teleportation circle pad crystal thingy, and
the teleporter.
The teleporter, yes. I had the pleasure of walking with her from there towards the gardens, and she's rather quiet, isn't she?
All of Team Stella seem to be, including myself at times. Although I'm trying to fix that as you see.
I can very clearly see, yes. I think I've had the longest conversation with you. Although Isaac himself has said quite a pretty word. I wouldn't say that entirely. Perhaps you'll just...
Usually avoids people. Seems as though he's just trying to make an impression that he can be a leader, that he gets voted.
Well, if he is not striving to stick to that, then his leadership's going to fall very short if he is chosen, isn't it?
Of course.
Indeed. And of course, with you yourself going for that role, and him. What would you say the qualities you would bring to your team are?
Well, I'm clearly the only one who doesn't have bad blood with any of the others.
Yes.
So I could possibly be the thing to bring them together. And I know that I would actually listen to the entirety of my team's ideas before making a decision, rather than just telling everyone what to do without asking their opinions first. As I noticed Isaac doing earlier on today.
Yes.
Also, I am very good at listening, whereas Isaac seems to only be good at talking. Doesn't seem to be the social type, whereas I'm willing to become one if I need to.
That willingness is admirable. I
Thank you.
believe then. You both have your unique selling points from what I've heard. At least, I, of course, haven't seen it all firsthand yet, so I'm just going off of my wild mind. But I'd say you're both in for a good chance if you're able to work with each other. Could play off each other very well. There's one thing I've learned. It's two people who are usually at each other's throats because their ideas don't agree. Come together. They can make something very, very alluring, profitable, or anything really. Of course, especially to steal, but I'm not going to say that to you, am I? Those two merchants had it coming.
You clearly have more experience with people than I do, so I will trust your opinion.
Well, the experience is certainly something, but I believe that you could find similar experience from others in different areas with people. I merely understand how people tick a little bit, because that's what I've had to do to survive, whilst others know how to maneuver themselves a little more smoothly through a conversation, I would think. So, as painful as it is to say, I am no master of speech.
Well, you seem to be able to hold up quite an interesting conversation, if I do say so myself.
Oh, thank you. Well, anyways, very late. We've had a great conversation, and I'm sure someone sleeping upstairs has heard us and has started swearing in their sleep.
I shall leave you to your bed. Temporary bed, I suppose I should say.
Temporary bed, of course. Enjoy your temporary bed too. Although I think I may continue with my original bargain, just for fun. If I find anyone sleeping on this in the morning, have a lovely shout at them. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you'd back me up on that, as to our agreement.
Of course.
Lovely. Well, in that case, good night, Ellis.
Good night.
Right, what's the plan here? I've got my stash in the corner. There's people sleeping here. Well, I suppose I could sneak off when everyone else isn't there. Sneak back in the morning. Great idea. All right then. Perfect. And away we go.
Give some space. I feel like
he wasn't angry at you guys. He was angry
I
at
feel like he's.
person.
I don't want to get hitting distance of a guy with big
One
sword.
moment.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make an announcement.
Sneak on
I love that.
End of VOD stuff. I can actually probably bring out a camera now and it won't lag. That's a very good point. Yo, anyone who somehow managed to watch all of this, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, that's pretty cool. I'm going to be trying to get videos of these every single time just for the sake of having like a continuous story thing, mainly for personal reference and for others too. But if anyone is actually interested in the content I'm doing or streaming here, then that's awesome. And I'll chat to you sometime in the future. Maybe I'll bring up a stream chat or something, I don't know. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. Part 1 out.